All right, everybody. It is Thursday, August 20th. It's stand in support of Lindsay Clancy Day. So let's get right to it. If I can do it. Of course. Here we go. So there is activity going on outside of the courthouse. I think this is it. The I Stand in Peace gathering. So good morning, everybody. It's been, you guys know I am single momming while Bob's away. Of course, had another I missed the bus incident. But I paused this. I think it's right when Reddington must be walking up. So, and welcome to people on Instagram. If this works, we shall see. Bob has to hit go live from somewhere. But so this is what's going on out front of the courthouse. I tried to wear pink, but I own nothing pink. Okay? It's crazy. All right. Reddington's about to. I had it. All right, here we go. Or maybe that's family. Oh, no. It's her. That makes sense. It's her arriving. Well, they need more signs. I have to say, they need an Aiden.
Did you notice that they rolled down the window for her? No.
Oh, did you hear that?
Did she say
that she said they rolled down the window for her? She said they rolled down the window for her when Lindsay drove by. All right, I'm going to fast forward because we're not live. This is what it looks like out there. Let me just make sure we're not missing anything that is live. All right, so nothing's happening yet. So, are you guys wearing pink at home? Tell the truth. Bob didn't bring anything pink. He was going to see if he could borrow something pink, but it was like 10 o'clock at night. I'm like, well, why don't you see, maybe they have something pink you can wear. Man loves pink.
Didn't mean to jump in your shot.
I'm here for everybody to get in front.
I just want to see if Reddington arrives while they're out there. Maybe not. But, I mean, look at it. I know those of you who followed Karen Reed, this is like nothing new. You're like, no, I've seen this. But, these are people who don't think a woman's being framed and factually innocent as opposed to legally innocent, as is the case here. These are people who are willing to go out and stand up for a woman who has committed the most heinous of actions that a mother can perform, for lack of a better way of saying this. It's hard not to use words that like commit an offense, because in my mind, that's a legal finding, that you're committing an offense. So engaging in the actions, committing the actions that she's charged with. Let's see if this woman's talking. I don't think she's talking to the person whose camera. No. So I'll just let this play in the background while we're waiting for the court date to start, and come back and say hi again, because I really did a bad job of saying hi the first time. So stand by, because my talented, wonderfully amazing 20-year-old daughter, Camryn, for those of you that might be new, will be here at some point today. Kids, they got to sleep in, which, it's like a whole thing this morning. I woke my 14-year-old up at 5:50, and for some reason, laid in bed last night, unable to fall asleep. Like, could not. At 4:00 in the morning, I still was asleep, and I was laying in a pitch, dark room with nothing going on. Most of the time I fall asleep with the TV on. I didn't even turn the TV on because I was like, I got to fall asleep. And then at 5:50, I was like, oh, I heard Scarlett's alarm. So I go and I wake her up. Like, Scout, you got to get up. She's like, oh, okay. And she wasn't feeling well yesterday. So I was like, do you want to go to school? Are you feeling okay? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, all right, well, look, I got to go back to sleep. So don't you miss that bus, or you're not going to school. You miss that bus, you are not going to school. She missed the bus. She's at school. I changed the time to 8, still a couple minutes late, but I did make a rhyme. So there's that. All right. So that's what we got from outside. We'll go live. And put the sound back on so I don't forget. All right. So how are you guys feeling about this layout? So I kind of like it because it gives us the most courtroom view. And those of you on Insta, if this is even working, see something completely different. But wait a second. Can you please make sure Bob sees the comment? Okay, so Bob just got that message about the comment and the Venmo. He's like, are you live yet? And that's what this text was supposed to mean. Whoops. I text line. He knows I can't, that is me all the time. Texting words that make no sense. People have come to figure out how to interpret my texts. It's like a whole thing. I am live. So I tried to say yes, babe, and I said he's Bane. It's like, are you live yet? So first I said line to let him know I was going live, and then he sent that, and I said he's Bane instead of yes, babe. Hey! All right, let's see how this works. Stand by, Cam. We got a new setup. What do you think? Or there's this. That's better. Okay.
Are we going to be in the way of stuff?
I don't think so. So I tested it out yesterday, and I made sure Lindsay, you could see Lindsay every time they panned over. So if we are, I could go back to this one.
Okay.
Or I could make us a little lower. I could make us a little lower right now. Adjust as it goes. What else are you guys saying? Did you like the bottom layout?
Okay, while you do that, there's something I need to talk about because I just found out something so insane that I doubt you know. But I wanted to know if anyone from the chat is from Indiana or lives near Gary, Indiana, because they're in the midst of an 8-day, no, in Gary, they're in the midst of an 8-day power outage.
I did not know that.
It's insane though.
8
no
days?
AC, it's no street lights. It's I was looking at this woman on TikTok and everything is pitch black. People are using it as the purge.
Purge? That's what I was gonna say. No.
Yeah, no, it's really crazy though. People
That's
are
crazy. What caused it?
I'm
AI.
assuming all the storms,
Oh,
but like I think it's like 270,000 houses are affected.
love, I'm gonna have to make a request before we come back and introduce you. It's stand for Lindsay Day. I know there's a better official words than that, and we're supposed to be wearing pink. Do you want anything pink?
Let me check actually. I don't know.
And then we'll bring you back and introduce you better. But that is wild. That is crazy.
I just got the same shirt and I was really happy to wear it, but
It's adorable.
For Lindsay, I'll do it. Okay, I'll be back and I'll check.
Okay. So there's a couple things from yesterday I was thinking about. So yesterday we were finishing up with Dr. Zeisel. Okay. And on Dr. Zeisel's cross-examination, the closing, like what they thought was their mic drop moment, the prosecutors, the Bo Peep twins, or Peep Bo and No Bo twins, whatever, you know who they are. Were like, and the voice, she has never heard that voice since, has she? No. Well, let me think about that. She's putting this whole is a big scam. All of it's a build up to a lie. But then she doesn't pretend to hear the voice again. She's still lying, right? She's still doing this whole manipulation, fake out, pretend that was in psychosis, has these mental health illnesses, but she doesn't think to fake it one more time, to be in the hospital and be like, people are watching her. So, you'd think she'd know how to act it out by now. It's like one of you said, and I think Camryn said, so I'm hoping she can hear. She probably can't. No, she can probably hear me while she's looking because she's not wearing headphones. So it's playing through her computer. That okay, she's malingering, aka faking, and she looks up how to be, she looks up psychosis and how to fake her stuff. And then she forgets to fake it so that everybody thinks she's fine. That was actually a chat actual comment that one of you made. I know Cam has made the same point to me as well, but it was much better than even the one the way I'm saying it. But you get the idea. It's like they want to have it both ways and make a big mic drop moment of she never heard the voice again. Well, but if she was faking, she would have heard the damn voice again. Are you kidding me right now? I just I don't understand with them. And we got a ton of new members. I don't know if this actually happened this morning already or it's somehow populating from last night with Bob. For those of you that don't know, Bob Motta is in the courthouse. He can't start it on Insta. It's streaming though. But he can't hit live. There's our big Insta debut. I specifically told him, you can't close the window that you get this Insta link for. But he doesn't know what happened. I don't know how to fix it once we've already gone live. So, hey, see, you have a true pink. I couldn't find a true pink. This is really a light red, but I like your pink. So everybody, wait, you're muted.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Camryn Motta. She is my 20-year-old daughter. Tell them a little about yourself, my love.
Okay, so I'm 20 years old. I'm a junior in college. I'm going to Columbia in Chicago. I'm majoring in film and TV, writing and producing. My plan is to go into documentary filmmaking, and I plan on doing films that are related to social justice. Yeah.
And
Anything
she
else?
covered this trial for Bob and I the day it starts, Bob and I are traveling to New York for a 3-day event where we should have had no service and been inaccessible. He brought the Starlink and figured out a way to make himself accessible in the midst of a lot of fun and excitement. But anyway, she covered the trial for us. She hosted the Defense Diary trial coverage for the first week of trial. So she's fully invested, and y'all love her and she loves you. So I'm happy to have her. And I did stick you up back at the bottom there, took Dad right out, said support Camryn. There's her. She did start her YouTube channel, which will be the future landing spot for her student films. And you can reach out to her on Insta. Oh yeah, there it is, Camryn Insta. And I know it's extra incentive for her to join me with the money. I cracked a joke the other day. It's like really the money that she comes back, and I was like, I don't even want to say that because she'll hear it and think I'm serious. And she'll be like, Mom, come on, you know I'm all in. And I do know you're all in.
I was talking to Dad about that yesterday because he thinks that he needs to convince me to come and talk to you guys, but I like it. And this is the first case that I think I've been like fully engulfed in because I knew I knew a lot about Richard Allen and I knew a lot about Karen Reed, but I couldn't get myself to actually watch. Well, Richard Allen's wasn't
No, you were watching Dad, right? Recap
Yeah.
the trial.
Yeah.
Which was basically like watching trial. But you did MS, what is it? Not MSL. You know who I'm talking about. YSL.
Oh.
Or Rocky. I think you followed those.
Yeah.
Wait, make sure I have the sound on. I do. What's happening? Okay, they're not doing anything yet.
Yeah, they might not. But that's Dad.
Where? Oh,
Right
I see him.
what?
We see you. We see you. Look up. He's not wearing pink. It's not his fault, people.
Probably didn't bring pink.
No, he didn't bring pink. He told me that. I told him to try and borrow pink. But I have no idea what the size the guy he's with is. And I don't know that most men have pink button-ups, although your father does. So I am surprised he didn't bring him. Usually he does. Or he brings like one of his more wild.
It was, yeah, to wear a statement piece.
No, but he does have like, he'd wear them to court, like a pale pink under his suit.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully the sound.
I think some people were saying that when we're put on the screen like this, that when it's on their TV, the chat like covers us, but they don't seem to be too bothered. So
I don't think. Well, you watch the regular chat. I'm gonna go through these new members. Welcome to Shabbat Slop and Vicky Roberts and Belle of the Baw, Frenchies, KPH, Lucian. Well, you know what I mean. Sorry, butcher it.
Lucian or Lucian, maybe.
Yeah. Crystal, Pistol, Kay Blantz, Molly Cottrell, Jill Allen, Naomi, and Amanda Nichols. Welcome. And as my husband likes to say, family hugs. And give. Got some Jules, Moo-Boos, and Rexy, and Colors. J-Man said, believing others can hear your thoughts is closely linked to hearing voices. LC may have been hearing voices and didn't realize it. Poor insight. Absolutely. You know, and I think that Reddington's been kind of doing a good job of painting the picture, you know, for that, and I'm sure he'll be able to flesh it out more at closing.
It's great that you say that though, because I was actually like right when I hopped on, that's what I was thinking of before this, because I know that she's clarified that she's only heard a male voice once, but I was wondering if a medical professional could have an opinion whether or not the intrusive thoughts that she's saying are so loud she believes other people could hear them could have also been voices or auditory hallucinations, because she might not attest to that, but a medical expert could say, I have reason to believe that that is what those were,
Oh, yeah, the chat covers our faces. Damn it. I put up a couple chats yesterday, and I must have only tried it out when it was just me. Because you can have like the second person box there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. So you'll always be seeable. Which is the good part. So I keep putting up Cheryl's, but not reading it. Cheryl Victor says, and she's been faking her mental health conditions ever since in the hospital. But she forgets to fake the ones that make you think she's psychotic. She forgets to fake the ones that could support the defense that she's conjured up. It's absurd. And it's pathetic. And they're pathetic. So Bob's like, why are they at the bottom? And she's gone. All right. So Bob said, I saw the Venmo comment. And wait, I don't know if that's about the Venmo comment. Let me see. Is that last part? Let me see, because he made another comment, and I can't tell if he's talking about us at the bottom of the screen or he was responding to something about the comment.
Nola, did you tell him he had a little cameo?
I told him yesterday. Well, he's watching, I think.
Oh, you saw him yesterday too? Like they panned the camera back like that?
Dad doesn't think this side thing works. I don't know that I can change it without affecting, like, I don't know how to make you go under me now. It's too late. I can't. We're gonna stay like this today, I think, because otherwise
they like it.
Right. Why can't I get it to separate us out like that? I might be able to. Let me see. On this version here, let me try, because this was set up as a one person. No, why won't it let me? Wait, maybe I can choose. Sorry, guys. Huh. I don't know. It's bizarre. It's really weird. Hold on. Why? Huh. I don't know. Can't do it.
What is it you're trying to do?
Put us one under the other on the side like we usually are.
They said that the tighter version might have been better, or is this what that is?
This is the tighter version right now.
I think they were saying that this is better then. People are saying this is better.
Okay. So, I mean, it's the same, but whatever. Thank you both for covering this trial. It's been so peaceful to be amongst like-minded people while watching this difficult trial. Great job. Thank you, Nola. Well, you say it's peaceful, but remember, I'm a yeller. So I'm sure it'll happen.
I think we're a safe space, though.
Yes,
Even if
that
you're
is
yelling.
right. Yes. Jennifer, welcome. Member for 2 months. Thanks for your continued support. That's probably what I tried, like one of these short ones, comments while I was testing this whole theory out. Because the real reason what prompted this is if you have a what's it called? Like a overlay. Like usually it'll say defense diaries and tech wizardry, and it'll have some stuff at the bottom that doesn't carry, like on Instagram, it wants to count that as like a spot. It has to jam into like the limited space. So we're gone. Like if that's up, we're gone. So I couldn't cover court TV without putting us down here. And that's it.
It says we are live on Instagram.
It says we are here because it thinks we are, but Dad never clicked live there and he can't get it back.
Well, I'm logged into the Defense Diaries Instagram. Could I do something or no?
I think it's like he screwed it. It said
Oh.
like you had to leave this special window open where he copied a thing. Let me see. But I think at the end of the day, we'll be able to have that as like a separate recording, and then maybe we can just drop it. Not that anybody wants to watch trial day after the trial's over, but you know. So Jennifer says, "Love your channel and your ABC Motta fun, Motta fam, Alison, Bob, Cam." It took me a minute. That's the thing. When you don't sleep in your, I'd say probably mid 40s, like that's when you'll really start to realize it. You're like, wait a minute, that my brain doesn't work like it should. Like you can notice it, that it's slower processing, thinking, speaking, comprehending, all the things. And I had a horrible night's sleep. Thank you for your support, Jennifer. And True Crime Junkie NC says, having a biopsy today. I will be in and out. You guys are doing great. Well, you have the power of mass energy. We can all send healthy, healing vibes your way. It's supposed to be a thing. The power of mass energy. Exhibit Alley says, Motta, family love. Aw, thank you. Got some jewels. Thank you, Pesky. Thank you, Polly. And Kat says, Allie, did we get updates on new legislation regarding PPD? Tim B said they were doing that after the K Fitz case. Well, I'll have to look into it because I have not had the chance. I find it really odd that I can't fix this layout in case it does get problematic somehow. It's one day. We're at the bottom. I've seen Ian. For most of you out there know Ian. He's at the bottom. He uses him to cover court TV. And I've never really loved the bottom. I'm like, where's the person? I was like, I don't see the host. Where's the host? So I guess I know the feeling. Lindsay Wuhan, just cover our faces, says, congrats, Camryn. Right. Fellow pod director here. You're going to be great. Can't wait to see what you create. Thanks to you all for covering this case so well. X.
Thank you.
X's, kisses, or hugs. I always
One or the
think it should be
I think
hugs.
it's a hug because it's
Right. Yeah.
And then kiss is like
a big old. Thanks, Lindsay. And yep, Camryn's YouTube channel is right there, and the scrolling at the bottom if you're on Insta, and the scrolling at the top if you on the imaginary. I mean, on the top if you're on the imaginary Insta, and on the bottom on YouTube. Cheryl Victor says, also, I'm not sure if the information has come out or not, but I'm curious if she's being treated for bipolar disorder now. It probably has. I would assume. You know, the thing is, once you get diagnosed with bipolar, that's it. You know, you're done. And it's my understanding that's her official diagnosis. So, but I'm not sure if it's been said at trial or if it has been and we've just kind of, it wasn't something, I don't know. But Cam, you pay attention to the regular chat while I'm looking at the supers. Just in case someone says something, because then they're like, we've been telling you this for the last 20 minutes, Allie. I'm like, I can't tell you. I didn't see it.
Gina says birthday.
Oh.
Happy birthday.
You want to try the double sing? Have you seen Dad and I do the birthday song?
I mean,
I'll just do a real quick version. I'll just say happy birthday. Now I'm shy.
Now we need to hear you sing your beautiful voice.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not joking.
I think you should do it. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Short version. Cam's like, it's supposed to keep going. I really, really suggest nationwide, worldwide, ditch the depressing birthday song. Stick with the Stevie Wonder birthday song. It is superior in every single way. Every single way.
Yeah, the other one is like a seance or something.
A seance. Polly Rocket says Dr. Z has spent more time with anyone else we've heard from, hasn't he? Yes, for sure. Wonder if the jury will realize this. Well, yeah, they're going to realize it because the Commonwealth is making it a big deal. Like, you know, it makes him biased and it's somehow contributed to his opinion being bullshit. You know, and he has spent more time with her than his typical case. He said there was only one other case in his career that he spent this much time with, but he's also sat. You don't usually a witness is secluded. He's allowed to be in because there's been a lot of expert, or maybe not technically expert, but nonetheless medical, so expertise, specialized medical testimony, which your experts can be in when there's testimony that they have to, they have to know for the purpose of confronting or responding to. So there's all that time as well. So it's a different situation, but I do think and I do hope that the jury will see it the way that you see it, Polly, as more of a benefit, as more of making his opinion more meaningful. And wow, sorry. I got distracted there for a second. So I hope they do think of it that way. Stand by 1 second. Okay. Buff Cake says, Allie, HRT saved my.
You might literally be making up names now.
What?
Did you say Buff Cake?
I said Buffy's. I think I said Buffy's sake.
Oh,
I don't know what I said. Buff Cake. Buffy SK. 8. Skate. Buffy Skate.
Buffy Skates. That's good. Yeah.
Buffy Skates. Oh, got to put on my cheaters. This is why you're here. Really, it's to interpret the names for me. What is going on this morning? How much time do they need? What is happening? It's crazy. So, hormone replacement therapy saved my sanity, no joke. I get put on
I put gel.
I put gel on thigh for 20 years. I think like he's been put on it. She's been on it for 7 years, 20 plus years, something to that effect. Cam, you are quite the young woman. 2 tornadoes. Our office is in Munster and has been without power since the 11th.
That's
Outage
insane.
is widespread. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's wild. So, as far as hormone replacement therapy, a lot of people have been suggesting, like, because I've had so many. I mean, I think my issues have been minor compared to others with perimenopause, but the brain fog, which is a spectrum, I just call it perimenopause brain instead of brain fog because I don't want to confuse it with the more serious version, probably, of what you experience with postpartum. And I know now it's a spectrum, but it was intense for like the first year. It actually does wane and wax, which I didn't realize it could do until y'all told me yesterday when I was like, does it come and go? Because it's been a bad week for my perimenopause symptoms. But I have not done any HRT because I'm like, I don't know. It's getting better. I want to start messing around with my hormones, grow a mustache. 11 States says, I've never laughed so hard with the neighbor. Are we doing something funny? I like when we're funny. Or am I missing something?
I don't know. I don't know if they're laughing at us or with us, but we'll.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No one's laughing at my girl. I'll tell you that. No. Sedona says, would love to hear your thoughts on Richard Glossop. Yes, Richard Glossop is the case. Well, I'm going to take this off and talk first. Well, let me finish reading it, actually. A true miscarriage of justice, been nearly executed 3 times and will have a new trial in September. So the odd thing is, because when Glossop came down, I think of Glossop not as a person. I think of it as a ruling because I encountered it in my lawyer hat, as really good new Supreme Court case law clarifying that when prosecutors introduce false information, aka there's no evidence that anybody untied any band around the neck, see how this thing just fell off, that your trial gets reversed, that they can't do that. So it's so weird because I never thought of Richard the human being until you just said that. So, and I have to go back to the facts of the case because I think I do remember them sounding ridiculous, but the facts of the underlying crime, and I remember some of them, and the limited evidence that they had, it was just not where my brain was at, when I was reading it. But it is the case that I was telling Bob, I'm wishing they're screaming and yelling that we need some sort of curative instruction. We need some sort of, something needs to be said to the jury that what they did there, what them girls did right there was wrong. We're not going to stand for it in this court of law. So he's going to have a new trial in September. I guess we'll have to follow that. There's so many things. We'll have to see. Thank you, Sedona.
People are saying jurors are at sidebar.
A juror is? Why is Bob not saying anything? Updates, babe.
I've seen a couple people say it in the chat.
So a juror.
It says according to Bob, they've been at sidebar. Wait, did I cut you off? What happened?
No, that's all right. I'm just laughing that, of course, Bob has said it, and I just don't know where.
They have been at sidebar nearly 20 minutes.
Someone got sworn at sidebar, and then 3 jurors sworn at the bench. Jury issue pending. Oh no, where was that? Is he saying that on X or is he in the chat? And that's why you're watching the chat. You don't see Dad, right? Cam?
No, I don't think so.
Yes, he did. He put a comment in chat.
Oh, he
No,
did?
you-
Oh, here he is.
Oh, man. 2 more jurors sworn in. Well, this isn't like one person ran into somebody at the supermarket, one person one person watched something on TV or came across something inadvertently. This is something that affected the oh, okay. Sorry, Cam and I are texting. That's why she made that face. She's like, "What?" My bad. This is something that they came in contact with as a group somehow. This is something that happened in the courthouse. In the dirt in during lunch in a something happened. All right, watch the
So what happens in that scenario?
Well, they've
Like,
got
if jurors
6
were to
alternates. They've got 6
Oh,
alternates.
so they could be all 3 could just be taken out today?
Or one's reporting or multiple are reporting the conduct of another one.
And
it could be that
does
as
it work
well.
in a way that the alternates have been watching the entire case thus far so that they're not
sitting.
behind?
They're sitting with the jury. They're there.
Oh.
Yep, they're treated the exact same as a jury. And I don't even know if they know which one of them, because some
Are
states they don't
alternates
tell you
versus-
you're an alternate until afterwards. And I think, yeah,
Probably
all right.
better.
Right. And I'm fairly certain, watch the chat because people will know from Karen Reed. I know they picked the foreman after, but I also think, yeah, they identified who was the alternates because that was like an issue. Like, well, wait, they picked the foreman before they identified the alternates, which guaranteed the foreman was the foreman before you knew if he might have been an alternate. So they don't know. So if we lose a juror, we've got 18. We only need 12. It's crazy. That's what's taking so long. Oh, man. I want to speculate, but I have no basis from which to speculate. I'm like, let's come up with some shit. What could be happening? Yep. Thanks. I'm just saying. Thanks. It took me a minute for my brain to get there, but it did. So Catherine.
Wait,
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just pulled up Dad's comment.
Go read it.
He says it very well could be the silent rally affecting the jury, and the jurors and the judge is addressing them individually.
That's what I thought. But when he said it's like there's 3 of them, oh, my battery's about to go. Stand by. Oh, all right. Stand by. Talk to the people.
So I've seen a lot of you thinking that it might be. I don't see how the crowd outside would affect, I mean, I guess maybe the judge just has to have a conversation with them where it's like, hey, you can't let the fact that there's supporters in a crowd sway the choice that you make in the case. And I mean, I could see that being the issue. But yeah, I just saw someone. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was saying, is that I think that could be what's going on, where he's trying to make sure that there's no bias going on after people are seeing the crowd. But I feel like it's pretty unavoidable, for I got a little bug on my wall. I have a really big Mom, you're muted, I think.
No, you can't hear me?
No, I can now.
Oh, okay. It was that I had to unplug. I rearranged the whole little studio.
Setup?
Yeah. and made it where I couldn't plug in my Mac cord because so whatever. I had to unplug the whole sound system, so it bunked over. So yeah, if I was thinking this could be the rolling rally, but then I was wondering why they're talking to like just 3. So yeah, if they're talking to everybody, then I think that definitely could be it. Like, how did this affect you? And it goes to show that no one's paying attention to social media from the state. What happened over there?
I have a bug.
She gets her mama's fear of bugs.
Okay.
I don't like the bugs. I don't like the bugs.
I would go as far to say that I have an actual phobia.
Yeah, me too. Mine's much, much better. But yeah, yours is something. Yours is, yeah, I would agree. That's a mental disease right there.
Actually,
no, he talked about phobia.
Right. Just clarified.
Right.
That it's not a mental disease or defect.
Wow. So yeah, maybe that's all it is. Did that have any effect on you? What effect did it have? Yeah. They're doing every juror. For sure. For sure. All right. So Catherine Williams says Lindsay is finally on the right combination of medications, and who's to say what medications she was on in the hospital? Correct meds equals no voices. Right. But my whole point about the voices was if she was lying, she'd say she heard voices. You know? And I think you're right that people, I forgot, when you put yourself down in this lower corner, if they're looking at comments on like their television, the comments are going over our faces. Let me see if I can fix this. Let me think about it. See, look what it did. I can't. You should see what it did to Insta, even though Insta's not really going right now. Oh, wow. Maybe it'd be better if I slide us over. I'm just going to let it go. Not obsess about it. But you watch the chat in case people are saying, yeah, try to tweak it if you can tweak it. But thank you, Catherine. Aussies with Jules. We got the generous Dono from Colors in the Sky. New member here. Welcome. It's going over faces on the phone, too. Well, that's when I put up. Wait, Trace. That's when I put up a comment, not when the comments are just on. Or is it? New member here. Just wanted to say thank you to DD and your beautiful family. So grateful for your awareness to bring to women's mental health issues and educating us on the legal system. Champion advocates. Also enjoying Cam's co-hosting. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. I will just do this. Go back to the regular standard one. Except it's smaller somehow. Let me see. There we go. Now we're small. And hold on, you talk. I got to edit it. I can't edit it. This doesn't work.
I don't think you know so much. Just keep it like this. What's wrong with it?
We just, yeah, it just look the entire, like we can never use it on Insta, but it doesn't matter. It's over. The whole Instagram thing, he fucked it anyway. Where we look like this on the Insta, like, can you see it on your screen? The vertical showing?
Oh, I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, so that's what we would look like on somebody's phone like this.
Oh, some rumbling.
This is better. You guys like this better. This works better for everybody.
Yeah, we have to find some of our
a short recess, and we're going to bring the jury back in, and we'll call the next witness. Okay?
Court, all rise.
All right, so yeah, it's all right. We're gonna stick with this layout. It was quite what took place. It is clear now from what Bob is saying, and that they were asking every juror if they were affected by the rallying.
Have we seen videos, or did Dad show how it was out there this morning?
I did.
I
I put it up.
Oh,
So
who posted it? Did Dad put it up?
no, I put it up. It was on. No, they had it like Court TV was recording it.
Oh,
I got to put back up the banner so we cover, or the overlay, whatever it's called. I mean, I can't even change it. That overlay. Like, I don't know. I can't drag that I love due process around or make it bigger or smaller.
yeah, I couldn't really figure out the overlays either when I was on my own.
But now I can put this banner as not scrolling, because I had to have it scroll, was the only way it worked before. So now it's like that. Big old reminder for Cam, the starving college student. Hey, I love that light. Where'd you get that light? Like your little
In the
lighting.
back.
Huh?
Oh, it's like a sunset lamp. I put it on my list of things I wanted for my apartment. It was like $7 on Amazon.
Wow. Well, this lamp behind us, which is like the mood lighting for Dad's studio, for Bob's studio, is really, really tall. So I would like just unplug it and plug it back in. But Bob, turns it off. So I can't turn it on. I can't reach not one of those. I could probably just go down and get a ladder. So, and I could turn on the astronaut lighty thing. But all right, let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's get back
I
to
just
it.
saw something from Dad. He said that it's a short recess and that
All right.
they didn't clear the courtroom.
So thanks again for your generosity, Colors in the Sky. Lee Miller says, thank you for making this a safe space. You're amazing. Oh, you guys are amazing. And thank you. And for those of you that don't know, we have our mental health support group on Facebook. It's really tied to our Mental Health Awareness Day live. But and just know there's a vetting process. Got to answer the questions, and then we just have to make sure that we're not just letting anybody in, so that it stays a safe space. So if you get denied, email us. You can give us some more about your story, or who you are. But it's just to protect you guys. So, VCC says the Commonwealth playing offense with Cross. They didn't prove there is not any psychosis. Isn't it shifting the burden, leaving the experts to the defense? So it's not a legal burden shifting, because the defense doesn't have to do it. The defense didn't have to do it, and they don't have to do it. But it's better to do it. And there's a lot of details that could have been left unanswered that the jury needed to hear, to get them to a place that they might feel comfortable with a verdict of not guilty by reason, I'll just say, of insanity. For, it's the same thing. But it does create a mental burden that you worry about with the jurors. Like, do they need to say, I didn't believe the experts for the defense. They didn't prove anything to me. They don't need to prove anything. The experts for the defense do not need to prove anything. If you had a reasonable doubt without them, good. If you have a reasonable doubt with them, even if they didn't prove it to you, good. But the defense doesn't have to prove it. And it gets like a mental gymnastics kind of thing. And we saw it if you followed the Karen Reed case. A lot of lawyers were saying they're creating a burden for themselves that they don't need to carry with the third third-party suspects, and and then is the jury going to get confused and say the defense didn't prove to me it was somebody else, and not be able to conceptualize the defense doesn't have to prove anything. So, um, but I appreciate your comment, and thanks for your generosity. See you, Buffs. How are you? Yes, there is new legislation. I have the details, but not sure how to share. It's on a state level so far, but it's a start now for federal. Oh, yeah. We'll see about federal. We'll see. Most of the people lobbying out there are doing it for the men of the world and the rich and the famous. They're not worried about, women's mental health. But so CU Buffs is talking about one of the first comments we had today, and it was a super. So I think I got it right here somewhere. Let me grab it. But it was postpartum depression legislation. Here we go. Kat asked, Allie, did we get an update on the new legislation regarding postpartum depression? Tim B said they were doing that after the K Fitz case. So thank you, CU Buffs. We'll have to maybe try to find something on the break. You know how to email us. If you get it to a true crime pod, Tracy will get it to me. I'm sure Tracy's now looking for whatever it is anyway, because so thank you. And Gigi says, love that ABC team. Allie, Bob, Cam, have a healthy mental pink day. Yes. Thank you for your generosity. Florida Man Outdoors became a member. Welcome. Family hug. Hey, Cam, I would love to go get my coffee and some water, because if you missed the beginning, Scout missed the bus again. So I don't have all my stuff. You got it? Can you hear me?
Oh, I was muted.
Oh, I was like, I couldn't see your mouth moving, so I didn't think you were muted. I'm gonna have to start playing this for you now. This is what I'm gonna have to start doing. This is what I'm going to have to start doing. It's taking me forever. Like losing the whole punch. Bob, you're muted. Bob, you're muted.
Was that?
Good for you. That's me.
But well, I know it's you, but was it like actually pulled from a live, or you had to do that?
No,
like,
I like did a audio thingy,
memo?
voice memo on my phone, and I uploaded it and blah blah blah. So yeah. Yep. All right, I'm going to get some coffee and some water. I love you. Thank you.
Okay. Cheryl Victor says, if she's being treated for it now, common sense would tell you that's why she wouldn't be having the same symptoms anymore. She's treated 24/7. Commonwealth is embarrassingly ignorant. Yeah, we've seen that all throughout the trial, that they just don't have an actual grasp on what mental health actually is, because a lot of the things they say are like outside the scope of reality. So like you're saying, if now she's being treated, and that's what comes to mind for me when they're bringing up, and it bothered me a lot yesterday. I wasn't on with you guys, but when the Commonwealth is bringing up, oh, look at you being all giddy and talking to people on your children's birthdays. She was addressing how making an insinuation that Lindsay not being in shambles in front of the workers means, she was insinuating that means she isn't grieving for her children, which I think they're ignorant in a ton of ways. But yes, I agree with you. Betty Markham just became a member. Family hugs. Thanks for being here. And Natka Brand says, Allie, Cam, and Bob, thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for your generosity and for watching. Volberger says, MMJ and the true crime world's colliding. Mind completely blown. So wonderful. I'm assuming you're talking about My Morning Jacket, and I don't know if that was aimed towards my mom. I'm out of the loop. But thank you, by the way. Mimsy says, Allie, the dynamic you have with Cam warms my heart, much like my relationship with my daughter, Becca. Always laughing with one another, total joy. Oh, well, I might have to read that one again when she comes back because she loves to hear how you guys love our relationship. But she is the best. Mama Eve says, trying to send Cam Starbucks gift card on Venmo, but won't let me without last four of sale confirmation. Oh, well, that's okay. I actually just bought myself, I got a Keurig from my boss for my birthday, for the apartment. So I actually have just bought Keurig pods when I went to Jewel. So I got to try that out, and maybe I will when my mom gets back. Betty Markham says, my sis had a psychotic break postpartum, Section 8 KY, sad. Well, thank you for sharing that. And I really appreciate you guys telling us stuff like that. And I think it's good that we have such vulnerability in this chat because it's so important. And as we saw, there's one page in the DSM about postpartum psychosis. So people need to be more informed about it. Absolutely. So thank you for that. 11 Stace says, the village letting know Bob is muted. Love you all. Yeah, I have a muting problem just like my dad. I actually had to just check and make sure I wasn't muted for this entire span of time that I've been talking. I also saw someone say they need to make it say court is on a long break. I think the word short is used very loosely in this courtroom. We have Lucy Crime Solver, new member, family hugs. Thanks for being here. I see a little bit of motion in the courtroom. Life with Kaylee or Kylie, probably because of the standout at court, ADA's Prop 1. Yeah, I think that's the conclusion that most of us came to, was that I'd imagine that the judge is pulling each of them aside and talking to them about. I see some motion over there in the courtroom. But yeah, I think that's the conclusion that most of us came to. It's most likely. Thank you for your generosity as well. Queen Moo says, as a mom of a 4-month-old, I totally understand what Lindsay Clancy was writing in her diary about her feeling breastfeeding was taking over her life and her other children were suffering. I have a 4-year-old also. Well, thank you for sharing that. And yeah, I can understand. And I think during the mental health day, we had another woman come on and she was talking about how when she wasn't able to breastfeed, she had put such pressure on herself and she felt like inadequate in a way. So there is a lot of pressure. People come and talk about that. So thank you for sharing.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Bring it in.
Court, all rise, please.
That's what I was asking my mom. I don't know if it's on her, but I did see that some of you guys told me.
Having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, court now in session. Please be seated.
Yes.
Before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Sheila.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. I know I just spoke to you probably about 10 minutes ago. But again, I want to ask you those questions, then we'll talk a little bit about what our schedule is today and for the rest of the week. All right, so first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right. Again, thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to our schedule today, you're allowed to kind of roll your eyes because I'm going to say we're going to have kind of a short day today. All right. And that is, as I talked to you yesterday about an issue that has nothing to do with any of the attorneys in this case. All right. It's just something we're going to work out and I anticipate it will be worked out so that tomorrow you should count on a length of your day. All right. I talked to counsel.
I'm rolling my eyes.
Earlier this morning in regards to where we are in regards to the schedule and the timeline. We are still, if not on schedule, still ahead of schedule. All right. And this delay that we may have a little bit this afternoon won't affect that. All right. So I just kind of wanted to let you know that I appreciate it. I know you came in here this morning. It's going to be a short day, but also gear up for a longer day tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, the other thing is I told you it's got nothing to do with any of the attorneys, but it's also with the parties. So you're not to speculate about what this might be. It's also you're not to hold it against either of the parties in regards to this. All right. If you're going to hold it against anybody, you can hold it against me. All right. So with that, we're going to return now to the evidence in this case. And Attorney Reddington.
So,
Thank you. Sheila Cavanaugh, please.
oh, Sheila Cavanaugh. I was wondering if it was possibly a defense witness or it's just that, as we talked about yesterday, the prosecution doesn't have any of the rebuttal witnesses lined up. But I don't know. I guess we'll
They
see.
clarified that it
it's
wasn't
one
about
of
either of the attorneys, but
They always say. I don't know. What are you? What is it? Nanook is, and I took him for a walk yesterday. I did. He just wants a hug.
Good morning.
Just face, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand, please.
Further, the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter not coming between the Commonwealth and the jury, with the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. You have a seat.
Just watch your step right there.
All right, well, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, I just ask you to speak into that microphone and keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Sheila Cavanaugh, Cavanaughh.
And what town do you live in?
I live in the town of Belmont, Massachusetts.
And what are you doing for work now?
I am a board certified chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
And I didn't know that there were board certified chaplains. What does that mean?
Well, to become board certified, you need minimally a master's degree in theology or divinity. You need to complete 1,600 hours of training post your master's degree. 1,200 of those hours are occur in a clinical setting, and 400 of those hours are in a classroom setting where we study various disciplines: psychology, sociology, philosophy, theology, and ethics. Beyond that training,
So I'm just going to pause real quick to say, most of you know, anyone who was here yesterday knows or watched the trial. So this is the chaplain that Lindsay Clancy also told. Oh, the dog's going to start barking at me. Also told that she had heard voices. So we will see, was it a good decision to call her and subject her to cross-examination, because her testimony already got in yesterday with Dr. Zeisel. And depending on how this plays out, it might have been better left right where it was. But I don't know, because I was wondering, did she tell the chaplain before or after Dr. Zeisel? And if it was before, this is a real good reason to call her. If it was after, I might have just left it, And
I think it was before.
And if it wasn't very specific, or she didn't say other things, like if there's, how she's like, well, what did she say about the children? But so let's see what she said. And now it explains kind of why she's very soft and very slow in her speaking.
need to acquire 2,000 hours of additional clinical training before we can even apply for board certification. And we have to demonstrate mastery of 30 competencies before we go to a national board, and they make the assessment. I also need an ecclesiastical endorsement, and in my case, that was from the Archdiocese of Boston, from Cardinal Sean O'Malley.
And before you obtained the board certification in your education to allow you to be a chaplain, what did you do for work?
Prior to becoming a chaplain, which is a second career for me, I was a senior vice president at Fidelity Investments in Boston.
And how long were you senior VP at Fidelity?
16 years.
And are you married?
I am.
You have a family?
I do. My husband and I are the parents of 4 adopted children. When I was pursuing my master's degree at Boston College, it was a 3-year master's, but it took me 5 years because we adopted our 4th child while I was in graduate school. She was a 14-year-old girl from Bogota, Colombia.
And how long have you been working now as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
7 years.
In the course of your duties as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital, did circumstances bring you in contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell the jurors what happened?
I arrived on the morning of Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. I arrived at approximately 8:30 that morning because I was there to relieve the overnight chaplain who was carrying the pager. I was taking over the pager shift, which went from 9 to 1 p.m., although I was working a full day. When I arrived that morning, she said to me, "Did you hear the news?" And
So
Sustain.
okay.
So you can't, you got to object, so you can't say what someone told you, okay? That's what hearsay?
Okay.
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 So I can say, As a result of the conversation with that person, what happened?
I was summoned to the director of spiritual care's office,
Did
and
you have a conversation with her?
I did.
All right. And as a result of that conversation, what did you do?
I went to Unit 8C in the Tower building of Brigham to meet with Lindsay Clancy.
And what time of day was this?
Roughly between 8:30 and 9:30 that morning.
And when you went in to see Lindsay, what did you observe?
Well, the unit itself was filled with law enforcement officers, both outside the doors of the unit. There was Brigham security, but the unit itself was flooded. There were people from Plymouth County, Boston City Police, Brigham Security. So I had to make my way through concentric circles of law enforcement to even get to the room. I was permitted to see Lindsay, although she could not speak at that time.
And what was her condition that you observed?
She was dressed in medical armor. She had tubes. She was intubated. She had bandages. She had a neck brace. She was just covered and layered in equipment that enabled her to breathe.
I'm showing you Exhibit 121 and asking, this may be South Shore, or it could be Brigham and Women's, but is this indicative of what she appeared to be when you first saw her?
That looks like it's from South Shore because when, yes.
Does she have the same?
Similar.
Very similar?
Very similar.
That?
Yes, very similar.
Did you see her again on another date?
I did. I saw her the next day. Again, she could not speak. She was intubated as well. That was the first week that she was hospitalized.
When was the next time that you saw her?
The next time I saw her was the following week. I have a calendar here of my visits. I saw her on Tuesday, January 31st, and she had been extubated at that point so she could speak.
So the tube had been removed. She was able to communicate, and that was on January 31st?
I believe she was extubated the weekend of the 28th, but I didn't work that weekend, so I saw her on Tuesday, the 31st.
All right. Tell the jurors what you observed and what, if any, conversation you had with Lindsay on the 31st. And let me ask you, how long had it been?
Now, let me just explain for people, because you're probably wondering, wait a minute, I thought she couldn't say what other people said because it's hearsay. This is an exception to hearsay. It goes to Lindsay Clancy's state of mind. So that is why it is allowed in.
That they removed the tube?
Perhaps a day or two.
A day or two, okay. Tell the jurors what she said to you.
She continued to look like the photograph you just saw. She was covered, tubes everywhere, the neck brace. Her emotional state was very neutral, a flat affect. But I remember vividly the first thing she said to me. Now, she had heard me for a couple of days. We had been praying together. And so when I went in on Tuesday, the 31st, she said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, I am so glad my children are safe.
Was there any other conversation that you had with her?
I replied theologically to Lindsay, and I said, Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God. And I held her hand throughout that conversation, and we prayed for them.
Did she make any other statements to you?
She did. She alluded to having heard a voice. And the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent.
Any further conversation that you recall about that, not about general things, you know?
That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham, and the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
Now, after Lindsay was transferred or cleared to go from Brigham and Women's Hospital, did she go to another facility?
She did. She went to Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital.
And do you know when that was?
That was roughly late February, perhaps around the 23rd.
And did you continue to see Lindsay at Spalding Rehab?
I did.
Do you know when she left Spalding Rehab?
In the late March, early April time frame, perhaps.
Okay. Now, Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the same umbrella of hospitals. Is that right?
They are. So Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the Mass General Brigham complex. So for me to visit Lindsay in Spalding, I was still within the same hospital complex, and her psychiatrist at Spalding, as well as the chaplains, advised me to continue.
You can't say what anybody told you.
Oh,
So when she was discharged from Spalding Rehab, where did she go?
she went to Duxbury State Hospital.
And fair to say that that would be back around February. Well, it's been a little more than 3 years, 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, when you saw her in Spalding Rehab and in Brigham and Women's, you were acting in the course of your job. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you're being compensated, you're getting your paycheck and that type of thing. Right?
Yes.
How many times have you seen Lindsay at Duxbury Hospital?
Perhaps 200 times.
Tell the jury why you continue to see her for 200.
Sustained.
So can you tell us how often on a weekly basis you would see her at Duxbury?
Yes. When Lindsay was admitted to Duxbury State Hospital, I continued to see her on a weekly basis. We had built up a very comfortable, respectful rapport, and I felt it was in her best interest to continue that as she healed. She was still in deep grief. She was suffering.
Sustained.
So
That opinion will be stricken.
Why?
So did she express anything about her children and their loss over that period of 200 times that you saw her thereabouts in Duxbury?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Right.
Yes.
Other jurors?
I know we want to hear this, so I'm sorry, I'll be quick. But is anyone screaming? You have been saying, is that not Bo lady? I can't even tell who's talking. That she has never asked about her children. She asked it of every fucking witness. When she didn't ask about her kids, she didn't ask about her kids. And now she's objecting. And maybe he wouldn't have been able to get into it had she not done that, to tell you the honest truth. So this is why she thinks she's playing a game she can win and she can't.
Lindsay talks frequently about her children. She loves them deeply. She carries immense grief.
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah.
Next question, though.
And has that continued to your observation?
He's giving, the judge is giving, that is why the judge is giving him a little bit of leeway with this grief. And he should be giving him even more leeway with this grief, because she has been implying throughout this entire trial. And one of you guys said it in chat yesterday, like, say, I didn't just tell you, I never told you I was pregnant. All I did is told you that I missed my period. And in, I'm going to have a bundle of joy, or I don't know, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. So the judge should be giving him, go ahead.
Yesterday was more than an implication. She was saying, why were you so happy and giddy with everyone on your children's birthdays? It's literally insane. Like, as a juror, I'm sitting there like, that's not proving to me that she was in a mental state, a mental capacity where she knew what she was doing at the time. You're just proving to me that you were trying to crush this woman and make us think terribly of her.
I mean, the Commonwealth knew this witness was coming. They chose their case. They chose to make this jury think this woman, just like you said, Camryn, not only all those other inferences, but what they did yesterday. Well, like you said, going through every day was their birthday and she's having a party. She's wheeling around. She's smiling. You know, and so I don't think the judge is giving him nearly enough leeway. I thought the first time she said the word grieving, he should have let it in. Thank God he let like a little bit in, but it's absurd. It's absurd. And this is what you get. You get smacked in the fucking face with the truth when you lie to a jury for how many weeks have we been going? 3 weeks? 3 weeks?
She's lying to the jury about something that they can look over and see that Lindsay is in immense emotional distress every single day of the trial, almost every single day of the trial. Like we have to take recesses because she has lost her composure. Like you're not making an impression on this jury that this is someone who carries no more remorse and no grief for her children. It's just not going to work.
Yeah. And like Joe Screen says, this is the biggest bombshell for me. It's the biggest for me too. This is huge, huge. She said it before she said anything else. She said her children are safe. We're getting details now that we've never heard, not even from Zizel, who talked to her all that time. It's wild. It's wild. And it's wild that the prosecution tried to pull this fucking shit that they pulled. And it's, you know, I say it all the time that I still get like all up in arms about it, but it's like literally happens in every trial on a scale. It's a scale of bullshit. All right, I'll bloop back 10 seconds. Unfucking believable.
Overruled. Next question, though.
And has that continued to your observation?
It continues presently.
When was the last time that you saw Lindsay in Duxbury?
Just prior to the trial starting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth.
All right, before we get into the cross, I just want to say, because I saw some comments like, oh, is this getting into religion? Is this why he let her say the mortal sin thing? Is this in response to the mortal sin thing? No, 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 and no. That mortal sin thing, he did object. Bob is in the courtroom. It was very hard to hear. When I tried to create a video from the live, the transcript even picked up the objection. So there was an objection. There was a sidebar. This is, he wasn't opening the door for this. This was getting in because of the statement, and it's getting in a little bit more, that one little grief comment because of what we said before. But this is not touching on religion in the same way. Just happens to be the person that she spoke to is a chaplain, but it is nothing like what the Commonwealth did with that is not allowed in a court of law, and they damn well knew it. This is different, and has nothing to do with that.
Thank you.
See what you got.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You were talking about on January 25th, 2023, when you first saw Lindsay in direct examination, and you said that there were a lot of police officers in the area, correct?
Correct.
But you mentioned that some of them were security personnel from the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that the security personnel for the hospital don't work for the state police, the Duxbury police, or the Plymouth County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
So they're separate and apart from law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And then are you also aware that on January 25th, 2023, there was a search warrant being executed to collect evidence from the defendant and from the belongings that she had at the hospital?
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that that collection of the search warrant required state police and personnel from the crime lab to be present for the collection of evidence?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that following that,
what?
at any given time, there were only 2 officers, either Duxbury Police, State Police, or Plymouth County Sheriffs at her room, the defendant's room, at any given time?
I do recall that.
And they were stationed outside of her room, correct, in the hallway?
Yes,
So that the only time you saw this large amount of officers present was on the 25th when there were security from the hospital and search
Can you
warrants
pause
being
that?
executed, correct?
Do you also recall that this woman was shackled to the bed
I
when
was
she's a paraplegic?
I was literally thinking the same thing, that yesterday we heard for the first time it wasn't a soft thing. She keeps trying, all the Commonwealth is trying to do, and that's why Camryn just pointed this out, is go back to, well, I really need the fact that the first person she asked for was her lawyer. I really need that. So I'm going to undercut anything that makes it seem like she had a reason to know that she needed a lawyer. And that's what you were pointing out. We know she was shackled to the bed. She's a paraplegic. She can't move. She can't go anywhere. She's shackled to the bed with a handcuff. She knows that the cops are keeping people from going in. Good luck, lady. You lost it. It's over.
And what is she trying to insinuate? Oh, she was treated amazingly.
No, she's trying to insinuate. She's still trying to get back. She's trying to claw back. The first person she asked for was a lawyer. She didn't ask about her kids. She didn't ask where her kids were. The first thing she did is ask for a lawyer, because you know what? That's what a guilty person does. So all the facts that make it seem like this would have given her a reason to be like, maybe I should call a lawyer, maybe
So I should try to say there was only two cops.
Right.
There was only two cops, and there was only a couple shackles holding her to the bed. So I don't know why
weren't shackled, were they? Right. What would make her think that? No one was allowed in to see her except this chapel. No one was. She couldn't get a hold of anybody. She's handcuffed to a bed. There's cops outside the door. She sees the cops outside the door. All right, let's go. Let's go. Good point, Cam. Thank you.
Officers present was on the 25th when there were security from the hospital and search warrants being executed, correct?
How do I know?
perhaps.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that on January 31st, 2023, you spoke to the defendant and she told you that she heard a voice telling her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe, correct?
Correct.
You wrote very detailed notes that are contained in the Brigham and Women's Hospital records regarding your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in all of these notes that detail every time you interacted with her, you never once wrote that she told you she heard a voice or what that voice said, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that this voice, talking about the voice, came up in several of your meetings, correct?
Correct.
And you never once wrote about any of it in any of your very detailed notes, correct?
Well, chaplain notes are not verbatim transcripts of patient conversations. I'm not there to evaluate the patient. I'm there to bear witness to their suffering.
Okay, but the question was, you did not document those statements in your notes, correct?
Correct.
But you did document some other statements in those notes, correct?
Perhaps.
For example, on February 6th, 2023, in a note that you wrote regarding your interaction with the defendant, you said that, or you wrote, Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again, end quote. She continued to express her fears of how her inability to walk may make her vulnerable to others in the future. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 9th, 2023, that the defendant was sitting in a chair adjacent to her bed and appeared to be visibly engaged, energized, and hopeful than in previous visits? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also wrote in that note, Lindsay spoke hopefully of being discharged when the time arrives to Spalding, correct?
Correct.
And then in February 13th, 2023, you wrote in your note that Lindsay also expressed hopefulness in relation to her physical progress. She feels she has gained considerable physical strength and agility despite an inability to move her legs. She admitted that she feels, quote, deserving of this, end quote, in light of recent events. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Seems more medical related. that's tied to like what the doctors might want to know, not what a lawyer.
Do you remember
might wanna
on
know.
February 16th, 2023, that you wrote in a note that the defendant expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted that she would be cared for in a facility with an excellent reputation?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 16th, 2023, that Paula, the defendant's mother, and Lindsay, the defendant, were playing a card game as they communed quietly, and that Lindsay expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted?
Yes.
And again, you've got all these details about her feelings and her thoughts and what she's doing, but nothing about the voices that you spoke of so many times, correct?
Correct.
And speaking of Spalding, you continued to visit her at Spalding, correct?
Yes.
In those conversations with her at Spalding, did she tell you that how in those first weeks at Spalding, that part of her physical therapy, she was working out with a yellow exercise band? No?
I don't recall her telling me that.
Did she tell you that during that time at Spalding, she reached out to a social worker there and asked for help filling out SSDI paperwork to get an income?
That would be beyond the scope of our conversation.
And
she didn't tell you those things?
No.
Objection.
Thank you.
So counsel has asked you about her filling out a form for SSDI.
We're going to play that back. I'm sorry. We're going to play that back.
But does she expect the jury to be surprised that, and I get that she's trying to establish, oh, you wrote so in depth about X, Y, and Z, but the fact that she's using the fact that Lindsay was in shambles and it was obviously weighing on her mental that she would never walk again. Is the jury supposed to be surprised that a woman who is recently paraplegic is actively thinking and talking about the fact that she is worried that she will never walk again?
Right.
Are we, and
no.
And she's using an exercise band.
Yeah, that's part I'm going back to because how repugnant. But I do want to say, in fairness, now that I've kind of thought about it, whether the patient hears voices, I guess, would also be mental health related. But it did seem it was more whatever. So I just want to hear this because it's like, come on.
No?
I don't recall her telling me that.
Did she tell you that during that time at Spalding, she reached out to a social worker there and asked for help filling out SSDI paperwork? Therapy, she was at her at Spalding, correct?
Yes.
In those conversations with her at Spalding, did she tell you that how in those first weeks at Spalding, that part of her physical therapy, she was working out with a yellow exercise band? No?
I don't recall her.
Are you fucking kidding me? So the question was, did she tell you when she was doing physical therapy, she worked out with a yellow exercise band?
Did she go home and grab the band that was used and start using that?
Is that
what happened? No.
I just,
like,
I understand not objecting, but that was that kind of shit is just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. All right. This is where we're at. Let's go, Red.
About her filling out a form for SSDI. Were you aware of what expenses her family were incurring as a result of her physical incapacity, paralysis, and being in the hospital?
From my experience with thousands of patients, I had a very clear idea of the enormous expense.
There's a difference between, as the district attorney very appropriately referred to, that your comments were about her thoughts and her appearance and her feelings. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's a difference, however, between privileged communications with a chaplain and observations of a person's feelings and thoughts, correct?
Correct.
Tell the jury what
there you go. You guys were saying it.
Privileged communication has when someone talks to you personally as a chaplain.
Because I'm not a medically trained clinician, I approach patients in a vortex of trust. Some of our chaplains at the Brigham are ordained clergy. And so there's this understanding that when a patient interacts with a chaplain, the conversations are confidential.
Do you put them in medical records?
No.
The words,
She's
like
so
Lindsay
stupid.
indicated that she felt uplifted.
Commonwealth.
I think the council read that twice. Were those your notes, or is that what she said to you? Did she say, "I feel uplifted," or is that
That
your
was my
observation?
perception of Lindsay. It was not her words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Como?
You said you're not allowed to put the defendant's words in your medical records. Is that correct?
That's not what she
No,
said.
that's not correct. It's not that I'm not allowed. It's an understanding, and it's a conversation that's held in confidence with the patient.
Then why are there direct quotes in these medical records from the defendant?
Well, they're not verbatim transcripts.
No, not a transcript of the whole conversation, but you put phrases in quotes. For example, on February 6, 2023, where it says Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again. So those were her words in your note, in quotes, in the medical record, correct?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
I use my best judgment.
Okay. I would move to have these submitted as the next exhibit, the
No.
notes of the
It's hearsay.
witness in her interactions with this
Not a
Clancy
medical record.
at the
Hearsay.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right. They may be admitted.
God, I hate that.
I have no further questions. Sorry.
So I just want to say what the Commonwealth was trying to do here is present a woman who was planning for the future. That's what they're trying to present. Someone who was making plans for the future, someone who was hopeful to get out, get released, and then live her best life. And those records are hearsay. I don't know why he didn't object. I just don't get it.
On top of that, she's trying to insinuate that she was, when she says, using the quote where Lindsay says, I think I'm deserving of being able to get a chance to walk again. She's trying to insinuate yet again, look, here she's not worried about the children. She's worried about
think she
herself
said
and not
she
being able
thought
to
she
walk.
was not deserving, didn't she?
I think it was the other way
Not
around.
deserving given the events. See what the chat's saying. We'll go back to it maybe at lunch, but I thought she said she felt that she was not deserving given recent events.
I
See what
think
the
you're
next one is.
mistaken, but
I could be.
I don't think the
Ms.
Commonwealth.
Sprague, go ahead.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sidebar.
This case that include, all right, your patience with. I told you it was going to be a short day for you.
What?
And I appreciate your patience with us. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. All right, same instructions.
I'll take 20 minutes.
And this case, but
See if there's anything going to happen
I
after.
know council knows, but for preliminary, we'll take a short break at this point. We'll come back. We'll do kind of a preliminary charge conference. We're going to I know council knows, but for everybody else, discuss possible jury instructions, suggestions from council. Then we can talk about any logistical issues that we have for tomorrow. And then we'll probably recess at that point. All right, so this will be a short recess and we'll come back up. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right, we're live. Wow. What a disappointing day. What a disappointing day.
Yeah.
Let me ask,
Someone said that first sidebar was longer than all the testimony we saw.
yeah. I'm going to ask Bob if he's still calling. Is it Redkin? What was the other? There was those two experts. Okay. Let's see. I asked Bob. All right. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oh God, you guys, this is a lot. Ritzy One says it's almost as if the Commonwealth is mad that a mentally ill woman is getting help. They are so disgusting. I mean, it's insane. Like Mama Loca says, losing my ever loving mind. These women have no souls. Unethical, despicable. human beings. They were like trying to convince, do they really think they're going to convince the jury that the chaplain is lying? That the chaplain who didn't know Lindsay from a hole in the ground has decided to come on the stand and lie in a court of law under an oath where she swears, I think, to God. Do they? I don't know. What their oath is on there. But essentially swear to God that they're going to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I think they do a so help you God there, but I'm not sure if they do or not. Maybe someone remembers it, watches it. I mean, like, no social awareness, none. Like, get a clue. No one thinks she's lying. You're not inferring she's lying. You look like an asshole. You both look like assholes.
Yep.
Nikki says that was her desperate attempt at shock value, I think she was getting at. Yeah, it was desperate, all right. Squinty Bubble says, good luck trying to make a liar out of a chaplain. What in the actual fuck? I know. Thanks, Nama. Kat says, these two people. Sorry, I got the hiccups. These two people she confided in the most were the two that treated her with dignity and compassion. They listened. Also, welcome to Mental Health 101. No, that is a very, very good point. This was a woman she had developed a rapport with that had come to her with compassion and dignity. So that's who you're going to talk to. You're not going to talk to the nurse. You're not going to be like, hey, nurse, by the way, I heard voices, you know?
That's the same way that Zizel was saying either yesterday or the day before. He was like, it's actually recommended to create a rapport and to care about your patients because they're more likely to be truthful and comfortable in talking to you.
Right. Right. And you're not going to have doctors and chaplains feigning, meaning faking compassion and empathy. They have to do it for real to develop it, to develop that rapport. You know, unless you're an undercover cop, that's the way it usually works. True Crime Lace, welcome, family hug. Well, we're going to have a big day. Don't forget, everybody, Bob is inside the courtroom, and we will be coming back to you when he gets out with, I mean, we don't need a recap, but any observations that he's made, anything that he knows. So, Traceum says, love hearing passionate Allie rant. Thanks for the trial coverage. Well, thank you. And we got Julie Beans and Kit Kat and Living La Vida Loca. Love the jewels. Thanks, guys. Betty says, newbie here. How do we get more characters? Oh, to send a message. So you pay more money. Sorry. That's YouTube. So sorry about that. But Cam, if you keep an eye out on the regular chat, see if Betty Markham says anything, you can pop it up.
Okay, will do.
Nikki said
that goes fast for me, but I try.
Yeah, it goes fast. Allie, we missed you at the Chicago Runkle meetup. My friend and I would definitely drive back over from West Virginia for another future DD meet. And thank you, girls, for covering every day. Nikki, I don't know if you're one of the people I talked to on the cell. I know Bob called me. There was a lot of you out there, but I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We got Chase and Shiny Pikachu. Thanks, guys. Little Seesaw says, I haven't watched, but the Today Show is highlighting this case and the spotlight on PPD this morning. The message is spreading. Let's hope they don't blow it like they did the Karen Reed interview. Yeah, right. I mean, that's that's what's super important. All right, what did Bob say? The initial charge conference is all that's happening the rest of the day. Yeah, we got that. Thanks, babe. But it's legal heavy, but it's interesting because we're going to hear what they're arguing about as far as what the jury should have to hear, because I do think that this is a case where your standard jury instructions are not going to fly. You're going to need some more some edited, modified instructions, but we'll see. And so little seesaw, I mean, that's so important. We are seeing that. We talked about the legislation in, I forget what state that was. And the more that, here's the way, it works, as we all know, the Today Show is just like, all right, what are the people talking about? So it's all of you. It's all of the people out there showing that they're outraged about this, showing that this is something that needs more, a light shined on it. And then that's why, like, the mainstream media picks it up. They're not going to do it just because they think postpartum depression needs to be, highlighted. They're doing it because they see, shit, this is what the people want to hear. This is what the people are saying. So it is all of you out there that is creating this change, that is forcing this to come to light, because this has been going on for how long, this case? They weren't shining a spotlight on it any other time. They're too afraid. They don't want to come out and speak that maybe a woman who killed her children might have a mental disease or defect that needs more attention. That sort of seems like you're saying she's not criminally responsible. They don't want to do that. They're horrified to do that until they see, wait a minute, this is what the public thinks too. There's so many people out there that feel this way. Let's hop on that. So pat yourselves on the back is all I'm saying. All of you out there, thanks, Betty. What does that say?
Madison, NC, North Carolina, maybe.
Madisonic
or Madison C.
Oh, Madison C. Madisonic. Oh, thanks, Cam. My therapist said the same thing yesterday. The mental health system is failing. It's just working for who it was made for, the wealthy white males. It's probably not working for them either. They just, who knows?
Everything works better for wealthy white males.
Yes, that's true. That is true. Yes. Thanks, babe. So Bob says the short days are the defense witness issues. I figured that. He still has 2 expert witnesses he's going to call. I'm surprised that both have an issue. And I was like bitching before. I was like, oh, when the Commonwealth's witnesses don't show up, the judge just breaks for the day. If that was a defense issue, they'd be like, you better get your witness here in, Spinelli for sure. What about Rednick? What was his name? Rednick? So now maybe not 2, maybe 1. Okay. I was like, then they'd be like, you better get your witness here or you're shit out of luck. So at least the judge is being fair, but that's 2 days in a row. What is going on, which makes me think it's only 1 witness, because I'd be surprised if there are issues with both the remaining expert witnesses. It makes me think it's just Spinelli. I don't know. I wish you'd find out, Bay. Wish you'd find out. Thanks, Madison C. Living La Vida Loca, member for 2 months. Thanks for your continued support. I love you, Defense Diaries. Cam, you are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here too.
Yeah. Messy, beautiful, messy ball. Bob did a live. Yes, we're going to play that. I don't know if we have enough time right this second.
I think they were also trying to get my attention because I kept asking you if Dad did something where we could see the outside of the courthouse, and you kept not responding to me.
And I'm like, no, I put it up what Court TV had. Yeah, I realized that after I realized he did a live. I was like, okay, now I'm putting together what Camryn was trying to say earlier. I thought you were just like asking, did he happen to do one? So let's go because we get blooping time and we'll need blooping time on the jury instructions because there's a lot of them that are standard that we don't even need to talk about. Let's see. Wait, now it's playing in my ear because I'm trying to get to Defense Diaries channel. Why can't I get to Defense Diary? I mean, not channel. What's it called? Profile. Oh, okay. Let's see.
I
Defense
didn't hear
Diary.
what you were talking about. I was busy thinking about sneezing.
Oh, I was talking about trying to get to Defense Diaries channel to pull up what he did this morning. Oh, it's playing back in my ear because I somehow clicked on the live. I was like, she said again she didn't hear and she has to sneeze. All right, here we go. No, that's not it. Where did Dad go live? Oh, I think Tracy sent it to me.
Get up to
Oh, on YouTube. Okay.
That's what I was assuming, like a little vertical one or something.
Yeah. All right, he's done some man on the street. Share this tab instead. All right. We got the closed captions on.
Oh, here, let's check out Cap. There he is. Look at him.
There's Lauren. Wow, Bob's just letting
Don't
people
worry,
get
I'll get
right
a
in front of
private
him.
interview with him.
You're fucking up, babe.
Mr. Reddington, what's your message to all these folks
You let
We love you, Kevin.
Kevin, are you surprised that some Houston this case have gotten these types of names?
I'm from Philadelphia. Message. It really is. It's the message that just is reverberating throughout the whole country.
What is that message?
Reddington fighting for women's rights for healthcare.
Well, we'll have to get that footage from Lauren. Scoop Conlon there. They should revoke this man's media pass. Fucking up, babe. We want to see the back of the man's head?
He says he was on guard. He was the
You're not going to be able to hear it.
Yeah, we know. Thanks, babe. I mean, obviously, you must talk to him.
he
after
could've
this.
did he have a little mic or no? Like on himself?
He usually does.
Well, that sounded like he did, so he could have just done one of these.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I was trying to do that speed up thing.
Sure that she is, and if she isn't, she won't be.
Did the little boost on?
Wait.
She's so beat up. And just so
All right. We can actually hear. No, I can't do that on this.
Oh.
It's not available.
Sure that she is, and if she isn't, she won't be.
What do you think about?
She's so beat up and just so sad. This will really help her out, I think.
Tell her we love her.
What do you think about you being an advocate for all women right now?
I'm right here.
You are.
Yeah, you are. Hey, let the man get to work. He's got a busy day. It's got to be a day. Let's go. Follow me. Follow me.
Oh, he was on duty.
Usually, yes. Yeah. Usually.
He's in work mode.
Dad's like, let me step in here.
In there.
All right, buddy.
All right, man. All right.
Is that the nurse?
There he is. He's heading in. He's got a big day. He's got to, he's going to have to cross Commonwealth experts today. So, all right. I think the move is to go check out the rally.
Yeah. Get us something we can hear.
Pretty good. Let's go talk to the people.
Yeah.
Let's go talk to the people.
Let's do that.
So
babe.
huge turnout. Huge turnout. It's an amazing turnout. It's an amazing turnout. So many So many women turned out. It's amazing. I love it.
Oh, I see a lot more people than I could
It's
see
incredible.
in the
All right.
TV stream.
Look at this. What a turnout. So
They just
typically,
aren't all
Right.
there's nobody here. What's up?
look at down there.
We're gonna walk the whole thing. Let's go.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's
but there's
amazing.
hands, yeah, but I don't know if that was.
Well,
Look at
it's
this.
on the other side.
Both sides of the street.
That's what I was seeing most.
Pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome.
Where's
He's
your
up
interview?
people's
I'm gonna try to
faces.
interview some of these.
Okay, let's get to the interviewing part.
They're standing up, What's up, y'all? Love you back. Love you back.
Why didn't you interview that person?
Love it. It's pretty amazing. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Look at that.
That's like, wait, are they clapping for me?
No, her car's coming.
There goes Lindsay.
It was a joke.
I
Thanks,
know.
Mom.
Wow. Pretty awesome. All right, so I'm gonna head in here. All right, so an amazing turnout of women supporting Lindsay. It's incredible. It's pretty moving, to be honest with you. The line for the courthouse is pretty long today. It's pretty long today. I think the concern was to really getting in the courtroom for Margaret. She's concerned. She's like, everybody from the rally is going to
Yeah, good thing there was
going
no
to
court,
try to get into the courthouse.
basically.
So I don't know, where is she? Oh, I see her. All right, she's good. She's good. All right, I'm gonna start doing some man on the street.
Finally.
Who can I interview? Who can
He knows I
interview?
love
Why y'all here? Tell us.
Turn the phone.
Yeah, you are.
I was going to say, is he going to remember to
Support of
turn
Lindsay
it?
Clancy and the system that failed her repeatedly and trying to seek the help that she needed to
jeez.
get meaningful support to get better in the postpartum.
Love that. Love that. Love that.
The system failed her. She asked for
100%.
help and she wasn't given it. And now the state's trying her. Do you think anyone's going to come forward and ask for help anymore?
Not a chance, unless we win. It's a huge trial. It's a huge trial.
And we don't have a system for women. Our system wasn't designed for women. There's barely any research in women's health. The postpartum psychosis isn't even a standalone diagnosis in the DSM, and I'm a social worker. So how are we going to research something, when we don't even put the money towards it? We don't care about women in this country. And we are so busy trying to vilify and punish this poor woman instead of actually doing things to try to prevent these kinds of tragedies from happening.
The money being put toward this trial should be being put toward research.
Yeah.
Preach.
Yes. And
Because the timeline does not add up.
Eyes on the prize.
It is
Women's
clinically
mental health
important.
is what needs to be
this is a
focused
much-
on, not that.
Nothing to do two prizes.
I think there's one prize. I don't know,
This is
man.
a much bigger thing. Everyone wants to have justice, and there's no justice here. The only justice is moving forward and preventing this from happening again.
Yes. Systems change. There was never a system built.
yes.
This is about building a system that provides meaningful and thoughtful support and having a properly trained workforce that can actually address the issues and the circumstances of women in the entire perinatal period, not just the postpartum.
Preach.
And like she should have
I don't know.
I drove 100 miles to be here this morning.
I flew in from Chicago.
Did you? Yeah.
So,
I
I'm a
wanted to
huge supporter.
stand here in support of Lindsay Clancy, but also in protest against a legal system that allows the atrocities that went on in that courtroom to continue.
That's right.
Yeah.
And also as a former patient healthcare advocate, navigating the healthcare system has become impossible for people who are have all their faculties, but for people with mental health issues
Most vulnerable.
and lack the tenacity to pursue mental health treatment when they're ill. It's nearly impossible. And so we've set up a system that created this horrible tragedy today.
That's right.
And I think it's important to stand here, not only in silent support, but in protest of the society that has allowed 3 children's lives to be taken.
Yes. Lindsay has become a deflection point from the system that has failed her repeatedly, and culminating in the death of her 3 children.
And can we talk about the insurance companies? We have a profit-based healthcare system. Profit-based means we focus on the bottom line instead of patient care. There was no care coordination for Lindsay. I think like postpartum women should have a nurse coming to their home, checking on the mom, checking on baby. Support. Yeah, care coordinator, caseworker, all of these things.
You need to be educating in the prenatal period, not about getting your body back and the things that are going to happen to your body, but educating women and their partners about the real realities of new motherhood as they adjust to new motherhood and develop their identity as part of. We need to have more awareness and more access to meaningful services.
So we had an 8-hour health awareness live on our channel with my wife.
What's your
Who's
channel?
in the Defense Diaries.
Okay.
You should.
Yeah.
If like people are like, oh man, I'm a feminist. You need to understand that I'm not mansplaining shit. I'm trying to get people to understand. If you ask Reddington, what's an issue here? It's the mental health care system. It's the women's mental health postpartum. It's got to be over. All I'm trying to say is let's focus on that.
Yes.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yes.
I've been watching your lives and I really appreciate what you and Ellie are doing. My daughter has had many similar meds as Lindsay and is absolutely heartbreaking. Are you doing the meetup?
I'm doing the meetup.
When are
I'm
you
doing
doing
the. I think we're going to try to do it on the weekend on Saturday.
This coming Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is it?
It's like for our viewers are going to come hang out. So I think you guys are amazing. Thank you for talking.
Thank
you
you.
for speaking out. Thank you for showing up here.
Thank you.
Of course. So you guys are wonderful.
Thank you.
Keep fighting.
Thank you.
Post about the meetup.
I will. I will. Can I talk to any of you guys? Why are you here? What does this mean to you?
I think the healthcare industry and how she was failed.
Yeah.
For sure.
100%.
Yep.
How about you?
Same. I feel a lot of us here are mothers who feel they could have gone through something similar. And the whole system failed her. And she reached out so many times, was let down. So
it's devastating. It's a heartbreaking thing when you sit there, and I've been in since the defense's case in chief started, but I got here when Dr. Tufts was getting crossed by Kevin, and it just laid it out for what this thing is and what it's been. This isn't only a Lindsay Clancy thing. This is a woman thing, and I'm so impressed and happy that you guys showed up here to support it, because it's like, I'm a man. I always, on my channel, I'm always talking about I can't give birth. Like, who am I to be talking about it? But I'm a father of 3 daughters. My wife is an absolute badass defense attorney, and I love and respect women. And we need to come out of the Stone Ages. It's got to be over. It's like the patriarchy that's created this nightmare. And somebody said over there, the fact that postpartum depression is not a standalone, and the DSM tells you everything you need to know. It tells you everything you need to know. Do you have any? Would you like to say anything? Don't be shy.
Sure.
Spit it.
I'm a mom. I'm a postpartum nurse, and I care very deeply about mental health, especially women's mental health in the postpartum period. And change needs to happen. It needs to happen. And regardless of innocence or guilt, we're all here to support and hope for change. And you got to be big. You got to be part of something bigger than yourself.
100%. Thank you guys for showing up. You're amazing.
Sorry, got it.
Can I get any comments from you? Why are you guys here? Tell the world why you're here. I know, obviously, but maybe I think there's a lot of people out there that still don't get it. So
For Lindsay, we're here for Lindsay, giving her the support that she never got from the start, and we're here for all of the women all around the world.
Oh my God, stop it. No comment. Standing here for Lindsay and all the women. Mental health needs to be taken more seriously for women. But this woman, she shouldn't have been alone. We want her to know now that she's not going to ever be alone again. She has the support, and it's around the world.
Yeah. Got nothing? Anybody want to tell me why you're here?
We just had an interview, so we're done.
Yeah, it wasn't with me though.
Oh.
That was like some news dude. Like, I'm different. Trust me.
Move on. There's 100 people.
We are
Yeah,
here
now I
to
got a
Defense
little podcast,
Diaries.
Defense Diaries.
I think
I'm a
everyone up
huge
there
supporter of Lindsay Clancy. I'm a huge supporter of women. I'm a huge supporter of pulling women's mental health out of the Stone Ages.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're
Exactly
here.
the
That's what I'm
reason.
saying.
You did a better interview by yourself without us.
Exactly.
So
Love you.
good for you.
Well, I'm proud that all of you were here and you showed up. Look, there's a guy out here. Good job, man. Good job. It's proof that all men don't suck.
We're proud
A lot of
the
us do.
attention
A lot of us
you've all
do.
given us
Yeah.
because the word needs to go out.
I did, yeah. Like my wife was a badass defense attorney. I'm a defense attorney. We have a channel called Defense Diaries. Bob Motta. Yeah. So I flew in. I'm in from Chicago. I've been coming to the trial because it's that important. So I appreciate all of you being here and standing up and standing up.
Yeah, exactly. Because the more coverage this item gets of mental illness, the more attention, the better it will be.
I think it's the most important trial in the last 100 years.
I agree.
It's the most important one since I've been alive in terms of dealing with a real issue in this country. So,
Yeah. And it
I
isn't,
know, right?
as Reddington said, this is yesterday. He's never done a trial like this. He's never been able to. It's very sensitive and very different.
I can tell you from a defense attorney that I asked to pull up in your car as a defense attorney in this country and to have people cheering for you does not happen. It does not happen.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing. Well, thank you guys. Thanks
Thank
for,
you.
of course.
Slide down. These
It was
people
my
have
pleasure.
interviewed.
My pleasure.
I like
Move
those
on.
little
Anything?
ladies.
Why are you here? Just spit it.
I'm just here to support Lindsay and all the women that have suffered with postpartum and mental health issues. And there's a lot to this story, and I think there's a lot of women out there that, they need this exposed.
Yes.
And there needs to be more help for women and support. Yeah.
Thank you. No, you being here says enough. Says enough. Can I get any comments from all you amazing women out here?
Where are you from?
I am from Defense Diaries podcast. So I'm not check our channel out. I'm a huge supporter of Lindsay Clancy. My wife and I have a little channel. We're both defense attorneys. I flew in from Chicago because this case is that important. Women's mental health is that important. You guys are amazing. Look, and I've been here since last week. And rolling in today and seeing you people is just like gave me goosebumps, and it's amazing. So I'm like blown away. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. You guys does anybody tell what does it mean to you? What does this trial mean? Just tell people.
This trial is so important. Being able to support Lindsay to know that she was failed. And this brings up a much bigger issue within our healthcare system, women's mental and physical health. We're not taken seriously. We're diminished. We're not listened to. And this trial brings up a lot bigger problems that us women have as a collective in America.
Hear, hear.
For a woman who was screaming for help over and over again, there was nobody listening to her. And I feel that we need to worry about our healthcare system because she was completely failed, and we need to do a better job.
When Sue Clancy gets on the stand and says she was begging for help.
It's emotional. It's terrible to hear.
This is mother-in-law.
Yeah.
Right.
And we can't take our healthcare providers
and have medication be the answer. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be a process put in place.
You can't
so
just
that-
sedate the symptoms. We need to actually listen to these women and take care of them and treat the symptoms. Treat them. Yeah.
And I think that what we need to look at is a center of patient care. We need to have our providers surround our patients so that they collectively know what's going on and able to take care of them and speak to each other. What's going on? I mean, you can't pass the buck off to the next provider.
So we did an 8-hour last Saturday, an 8-hour mental health awareness live, where women were brave enough to come on and tell their stories. And we had 8 mental health providers, and we had a woman named Lisa Tremaine who lives in Jersey who has created exactly what you're talking about. And she sent me a picture. I was in Fenway she had 20 mothers and their babies in her center that are all women that are suffering from postpartum, from various ranges of it. And what she's doing is amazing. They do one of those centers has to be in every city in every state in the country because it's amazing. It was amazing. Watch that.
I will.
It was incredibly powerful. Women were just bearing their souls, and it was unbelievable. All right, well, you guys are amazing.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
So much. Anybody want to chat with me? Anybody? Why are you here?
To support Lindsay Clancy.
Yeah. Give us more. Why?
Because the system failed us. Failed and has failed a lot of women, including myself. So, and it's affecting women of narcissistic abuse across the countries, and we all can see through what really happened. You know, they might not be publicizing that, but we can see the truth.
Yeah. You know, it's just a thing that, I mean, I keep saying it, but the fact that no version of postpartum depression, because anything is as a standalone, and the DSM tells you everything that you need to know about how women's mental health has been treated in this country forever,
right,
since the dawn of man.
Right.
You know, so I rolled up. I've been here for a week. I'm from Chicago.
Welcome.
I've got a channel.
Yeah.
Defense Diaries. My wife, Alison, is my partner. We're both criminal defense attorneys, huge supporters of Lindsay. And when I came, I've been here for 10 days now. When I rolled up today, it just gave me goosebumps. It's incredible. You guys are amazing. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up. We appreciate you. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Lindsay?
So nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Why are you here? Tell the people.
Oh, Bob, I'm here because I've been through postpartum depression myself. I know what it's like. Mental health awareness has to change in this country, and I can relate to what Lindsay's and her family has gone through, and it just rocks me to my soul. So, yeah.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Well, you know how much we love you. You know how much we love you, truly. All right. See you online. It's great. You look like an amazing crew of women. Tell
She
us,
is.
I think you all are. Why are you here? What's it mean to you? What does this trial mean to you?
This trial means for every woman here and every woman who has ever had a baby, we need more attention to the postpartum mental health, physical health. We need that, and this is going to be a moment that makes that happen.
Preach.
Preach it.
100%.
Yep.
100%. You echo that?
I echo
obviously?
that. Absolutely. Yes. Mental health is extremely important. Yep. Go ahead.
We need to fix it. We need
And not to be
for-
shut down.
Yes, you know what? Women need help.
I mean, was there a more powerful message from Lindsay than it was the one sentence when she was messaging with Gelato, where she said, I just can't get it out of my head. So she says, I just feel like I'm not being heard. Like, to me, that encapsulated this entire thing. She wasn't being heard, clearly.
She was being drugged.
Bring it up here. I
Her
wanna hear you.
husband wasn't here.
Hey, Ma.
He needs to be held accountable to those children as much to her. You know, I don't understand why he just gets to walk
Hold on, I
away.
gotta find it.
And that's just
Yeah.
not fair to, he
Yeah.
I was just going to ask if you're able to move the captions up. Some people are
Oh.
saying they can't see them. That's probably sure.
Yeah.
That's probably
okay.
good.
There's 4 minutes left.
he didn't do anything to help his children.
My thing with that is, no, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I'm married 25 years. I like to think if there was something going on with my wife, I'd sense it immediately. I know her inside and out, so I like, but that part of it is rough. All right, you guys are going to circle up. You're amazing. You're all amazing. You're all amazing. All right. So, I could be going on for hours. Amazing.
Turn the camera
It's
back,
like,
babe.
it's
To you.
fascinating because,
There you go.
A lot of women, and rightfully so, are, when they see it's me, a guy, and if they're not aware of me or what I stand for and what I believe in, I'm the enemy, right? That's why I was like, I'm not that guy. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy. I'm the other guy. And it's just incredible. What an incredible show out. It's like incredible. And the women are so passionate about it because they need to be. And it was that thing, like watching Kevin roll up and having just the cheering was unbelievable. I wish I would have caught it. He rolled up in his car and they were just cheering him as he was pulling. That does not happen with defense attorneys. That does not happen with defense attorneys. So, all right, y'all. I'll obviously be checking in on Twitter. Make sure that you are over on the channel today. Allie and Cam going to be crushing it. Best coverage there is.
They're not
promise.
Even yet.
And I pop in the chat, try to give some observations. I did my after court live, and somebody had like made a comment. They're like, you barely talked about what was going on in the courtroom yesterday. And I, in reflection, I was like, yeah, that's true. I didn't really talk much about what was going on in the courtroom.
I was thinking the
And
same
I think
thing.
that was probably because I was in like pretty high spirits yesterday because I really felt that Dr. Zeisel won the day. I just
Till
felt
today.
like he was Lindsay's
Chaplain.
voice there. And I felt like it was a winning day. I felt like it was a winning day for the defense. But I'm Kevin's up against it. I had to like extract him from that situation with the media because look, when you're in a trial like this, all he's thinking about is his cross-examinations of the Commonwealth's witnesses. He's going to rest today. I'll find out exactly who's going to be testifying. I know Dr. Spinelli is going to be, I don't know if she's an RN or a doctor. And I think Resnick is testifying via Zoom. So I'll confirm both those things. So again, make sure you're watching Defense Diaries podcast. Allie will be going live probably in about 12 minutes, 8:55 for me, 7:55 Central. And I'll be checking and I'll probably pop in at lunch. All right, y'all. Make sure you like, share, subscribe.
Yep. Thanks, babe. So they're still not back. They're still not back. So here's what I want to say just to the whole, Bob was trying to kind of curb the conversation away from the Patrick Clancy thing, but I would have responded to them with, it all ties back to the system, because if they had the right safety plan, and we have a friend who is a licensed clinical social worker, and she said the same. She said, where was the safety plan? Where was telling the family, don't leave her alone? If she's showing any signs of emotional stress, don't leave her alone with the kids, period, even. But if the mental health professionals would have told Patrick and would have told the mother, because look, the mother had this information too, that look, these are not just bizarre, dark thoughts. That's like, ooh, that's awful that you're thinking those things. These things can turn into action with the snap of a finger. They needed to be told that. They needed to understand that. And like we've said before, I've got no clue what kind of husband Patrick was. Maybe he was a shit husband, but and he definitely didn't want her to be getting mental health treatment initially. Like there was at least that one comment like, oh, she's just doing this because, it's all the craze or something, or because her friends are telling her to. But, that was before before things got really bad. But at the end of the day, I still place the blame on the mental health professionals. If you would have told someone that these thoughts can and do with other women turn into actions with the snap of a finger, it comes on like that. So don't leave her alone with the kids. You've got to take, this isn't just thinking. Thinking turns into action. So be on alert. They needed to be told this. You know?
So here's my take on this, and I absolutely agree. But at the end of the day, we weren't there. And for me, I think it's easy for us to say, and it's easy for dad to say, like he just said there, you know, if it was my wife, I would have done things differently. If that was my mom, I would have done things differently. If that was my sister, and mom, you know, I'm not one to jump on here and defend a man in a case like this, but I like to be a devil's advocate. And I just want to say that, like you were saying, I think that in his mind, he's thinking, my wife is in shambles, and the one thing that she loves the absolute most is her children. And if I strip her from her children right now and don't allow her to see them, she will not get better, and she will absolutely continue to deteriorate. You know, he's not thinking, as you were saying, he wasn't told by doctors, hey, this is exactly what you need to be doing. You can't leave her alone. It's not safe for her to be around the children. He's thinking, you know, these children are the joy of my wife's life.
Right. And he said he still saw her taking care of them and nurturing them and doing things with them. So her words about her thoughts were one way, but her actions were still what he had always seen.
Right. That being said, I think there's so many things that could have been done differently. You know, there's so many things that could have been done differently, and it's so hard not to think about that in a piece like this, because you have to wonder, like, what if he did this, or what if the doctors did this? You know?
Right. Right. No, 100%.
All right, Council Wood.
And we have no
bleeping
time.
At least have a preliminary discussion regarding instructions. And what I would generally do is, after we have the discussion, is then kind of distribute a draft to council so everybody could have a more focused.
Oh, and I wanted to say, just because, while I'm thinking of it, while Bob was talking about not recapping what happened the trial day so much, I was thinking that yesterday. I'm like, I got to come on with him and, you know, walk him through an actual recap. Today, there's not much to recap, but we can I'm sure we'll just play her testimony in full again. But that as he said, he's going to focus more on that. Was more focused on giving the inside of the, you know, inside the courtroom vibe, but
charge conference next day or so. But I just kind of wanted to get everybody's thoughts or kind of suggestions that they would be seeking the court to instruct the jury on. So kind of what I'll be using will be the model jury instructions, generally the model jury instructions from the March 2026, the latest suggestions from the SJC. And so Commonwealth, let me kind of hear what your thoughts are, and then I'll hear from the defendant.
So for individual instructions, we have listed opinion testimony, prior inconsistent and prior consistent statements, redactions. I don't think there are too many, but there were some on the death certificates, stipulations, and consciousness of guilt instruction.
No, there was none.
In terms of what we're looking for for the charges, we'd be looking for an instruction on first and second, with the theories of first being both deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. In terms of the criminal responsibility instruction, we're asking that the instruction regarding intoxication not be given, because from our perspective, there's been no evidence of intoxication by drugs and or alcohol during the killings. There's testimony, and I think there'll be more testimony about the defendant taking pills after killing the children. And before killing the children, she was on low-dose prescription, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline that was recently increased to 20 milligrams, but there's no real evidence of whether or not she actually increased that dose. And then it was a low dose of trazodone and a low dose of, I believe, Valium. So those were prescribed medications that she had reported no side effects from. And I believe in the text with her mother, she said that she was still waiting to actually feel effects from those. So there's no evidence of intoxication from those drugs. And then the only intoxication potentially could be when she took pills after killing the children. And even those amounts from the toxicology are low-level amounts. So we're asking that the instruction on intoxication not be given.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask the defendant as well, because I did read through those. And I was trying to find the definition of intoxication as it applies in the homicide instructions. Most of the cases that I was able to find so far is the dealing with the OUI statute, Chapter 90. And trying to find the real definition in regards to that. Is it the Commonwealth's position that
can't be
the intoxication is beyond what was the considered effect of the drugs? Because if do you know what I'm saying? So if she takes, if a defendant, I don't mean to personalize it, if a defendant takes prescription drugs and it does create some effect, would that be considered intoxicated for the instruction?
I don't believe so. I think
I
in the
do.
instructions it talks about having being intoxicated to the point where it affects your state of mind or ability.
All right, you guys, I'm going to pause right here and share this with you because we've talked about it multiple times. I talked about it yesterday in the live. I've got it right here and I'll help you understand what they are talking about and why. Okay. So where there is evidence that a defendant had, where the defendant, wait, what?
What?
Dad's texting.
Saying what?
That the testimony is done. And I'm like, wait, you don't mean forever. Like, we know the testimony is done today. I don't know. So I'll get right to the part that matters. Okay. But a mental disease or defect might be caused, oh no, this part doesn't matter, by a result of past chronic use of alcohol or drugs. Also, the consumptions of alcohol or drugs may trigger or intensify, that is, make worse, a defendant's pre-existing mental disease or defect. If it did so here, the mental disease or defect then caused the defendant to lose the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness, the criminality or wrongfulness of his conduct, or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, the defendant is not criminally responsible for his conduct. I have been wanting to see how the defendant is planning on using this or not, because I think it's helpful to the defense. I think it lays out exactly what this prosecution is trying to say. She didn't take the medicine like she's supposed to or something, and that made her, well, I mean, I guess they're trying to deny she was worse at all, but if it was because of her own doing, because the way she took the medication, and that this is a case of first impression. That's why the judge is saying, I tried to do research. I couldn't find anything. I think this goes right to the heart of it, even though the wording might be completely different, that it depending on which way the state wants to put it, as far as did the taking of it or the not taking of it, because they want it both ways, right? So let's see what I'm interested to see what the position is of Reddington. So let's get back to it, and hopefully you found that helpful.
Control yourself. I think intoxication, especially where there's not a specific definition given in the homicide instructions, I think you go to the general definition of intoxication, which would not just be taking medication as prescribed, but it would be over taking medication or combining with
I don't think
alcohol or
so.
other drugs. It's similar to the instructions in OUIs, operating under the influence of alcohol or drugs. I think you would have to go to that definition or to the general definition of intoxication if it's not specifically defined in the instructions. And I think the general definition of intoxication is taking some type of substance, either alcohol, drugs, medication, in excess into the.
No. So what you do in the law is you go to the dictionary, and I just pulled up the actual, just regular definition of intoxication. Intoxication is a temporary state of physical and mental impairment resulting from the use of alcohol or drugs, or more broadly, a medical condition of poisoning by a toxic substance. It heavily alters brain function, judgment, coordination, and behavior. Okay, that's the actual definition. Merriam Dictionary says a condition of having physical or mental control markedly diminished by the effects of drugs and alcohol. Period. So bullshit, and go to hell.
The point where it's affecting your ability to think, and intoxication is taking some type of substance, either alcohol, drugs, medication, in excess, and to the point where it's affecting your ability to think and to act.
He likes to try to create a difference between drugs and medication.
So I've got opinion, prior, consistent, prior, inconsistent, redaction, stipulations, consciousness of guilt, first, second, extreme atrocity, deliberate premeditation, and the criminal responsibilities without the subparagraph of the paragraph regarding intoxication.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Mr. Reddington?
I don't know if the government has been listening to the same evidence in this case. This is clearly an involuntary intoxication defense,
Thank you.
at least as far as the judge's charge to the jury, based upon the evidence that's been presented, whether or not it's what we would argue is the over prescription of the medications, whether or not it's the side effects of the medications, whether or not it's the titration or the termination or the immediate cessation of the medications against what normal medical advice would be. All of those factors contribute to the state of mind of Ms. Clancy that was expressed to a lot of people, family members, people that knew her. She had indicated, I think Your Honor knows the evidence, repeatedly indicated that she was affected by the benzos. She was felt that she was being addicted to the benzos, trying to get off the benzos. She indicated that the sertraline was obviously killing her as far as going from 25 to 50 milligrams. And then subsequent to that, when there's additional SSRIs prescribed, to suggest that there's no basis to give the jury the instruction, they may determine based on the evidence that is as a result of the involuntary intoxication from narcotics, not alcohol, obviously, from the prescribed narcotics, not illegal drugs.
They're not narcotics.
So from the prescription drugs, that's on all fours with a valid defense that they should be instructed as it relates to involuntary intoxication.
Absolutely.
I think it's the model jury instructions on criminal responsibility. Obviously, if there's any nuances that I would pick up, I would bring that to the court's attention. But I have tried murder case recently with the model jury instructions, and my memory is that I was pretty satisfied. It was Judge O'Shea, I think, actually in this courtroom a year ago, and I was satisfied with the instructions on lack of criminal responsibility. I would at some point ask the court to charge on involuntary manslaughter. I'd ask the court to charge on wanton conduct with a component of the impact of the intoxication. So you can't try this case in a vacuum. You can't present the case to the jury. I know the government would like to present the case only on cruelty and atrocity, They probably don't like the statute that allows a jury to determine the degree of murder, which would be first and second. But I think that the evidence is such that a jury should have the option of considering whether or not we're talking about involuntary manslaughter based upon the evidence that's permitted. So I would defer to the court on the instructions on cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice aforethought, second degree malice. I would ask the court to consider instructing on involuntary intoxication, to consider on the involuntary manslaughter as a lesser offense, and anything else that I can think of. But right now, that's what I can think of.
All right. Yeah, counsel.
Thank you. Commonwealth did request first and second degree instructions.
Yeah, we heard.
It's our position that involuntary manslaughter wouldn't apply here. The evidence is that there was a specific intent to cause the death. So there's nothing that I can think of in the involuntary instruction that would apply here. Going back to the intoxication just for a moment.
Sure.
All of the medications, most of the medications that defense counsel talked about that the defendant was having reactions to and side effects from were before her hospitalization at McLean Hospital. And she was weaned off of that last one, the Seroquel, that while she was in McLean Hospital. And then she was without those medications and they're out of her system for 3 weeks. And she's just on those other 3 medications. So the intoxication that matters is not what happened in the fall and before McLean, it's what happened on the day of the incident. It's similar if it's an OUI, it doesn't matter if you were drunk in November, it matters if you're drunk on the date of the incident. So what matters here is that January 24th, 2023, and those other drugs and the effects that they caused to her aren't relevant to what happened on that day, as they've been out of her system for at least 3 weeks at that point.
All right. So the Commonwealth's position would be that the relevant analysis is what she was taking on or around that January 24th?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
The
All
statute says, hold on.
All right.
Hold on, because I glossed over this first sentence. And then after I did it, I realized I probably shouldn't, but I was like, oh, let's just get back to it. And I just jumped off it to go to involuntary manslaughter, which after reading it, I don't think applies, by the way. Let me just pull this up. Let me just pull this up for you guys. Where am I? Okay, so this one's still right here. So the sentence that was right before it, I'll just read it. But a mental disease or defect might be caused by or result from a defendant's past chronic use of alcohol or drugs. Okay? It's not what she was on that day. If the other drugs also had an impact of how she got to where she was. So again, go F yourself. Okay? Now, just to touch, because he looked it up, and this is just like my real quick opinion. I'll just tell you what it says. Here's what it says for involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary manslaughter is an unlawful killing, unintentionally caused by wanton or reckless conduct. I don't know why he would even want to suggest this, but look, he's been doing this, way longer than me. So he might be thinking of this a way different way. But to me, how are you arguing that she did anything wantonly or recklessly? Because it says wanton or reckless conduct is intentional conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another person. An omission or failure to act may constitute wanton or reckless conduct only where the defendant has the duty to act. What is her wanton or reckless conduct? What did she do intentionally that created a high degree or likelihood that substantial harm will result to another person? I mean, I think it's dangerous to put it in there, but let's get back to it. Looping back.
What she was taking on or around that January 24th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Sure.
It occurred to me, again, as I said, it's only fresh in my mind from the case I had here last year. I know the model jury instructions indicate, I'm trying to find it in here.
It's there.
That there's supposed to be consideration of a chalk for the court to write out the elements of the offense of first degree murder, cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice aforethought, etc. And I would ask that you not do that. I don't think that it's appropriate. I think it highlights, if you will, in simplistic terms, premeditated malice aforethought. I think you and I, we just had a murder case last year on another matter. And I mean, I heard your instructions. You're very forceful with the elements of the offense. And I just don't think we need to have this appendix or whatever you want to call it. And again, I did object to that with the Judge O'Shea. We did not submit the instruction list, cookbook, or whatever you want to call it, to the jury. So I think that the court's instructions would be sufficient. I would not want to have that chalk that is referenced in the model instructions. That's discretionary. It's not obligated. They just say that it might be helpful for the court to give the jury some type of a checklist, but I don't think we should reduce instructions on a murder case to a checklist. And I'm just afraid that what happens is that jurors then take the checklist, as it were, and they kind of look at it or consider it, and they just do exactly that. It's a checklist. So I would ask that you not do that.
All right, just so Counsel, my general practice is not to have that kind of list. I generally don't, but I also generally will provide a copy of the instructions to each juror. So they'll have their own full copy and they can follow along, because the three of you know they're lengthy and kind of dry. So they'll have those with them. But I'll like I said, I generally don't do that chart. All right, so anything else in regards to the instructions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so my plan would be to have at least a rough draft available for counsel tomorrow. So you at least have that. And, depending on the timing and where we go in regards to the actual closings, we'll have the opportunity for you to review those, go over the draft, and then any kind of objections or suggestions you want to make, we'll have a chance to do that. But so you'll have, again, it's a rough draft. That's all I can tell you. And nothing's in stone, but at least give you an idea kind of where I'm coming from.
Do you think, logistically, Your Honor, that with the presentation of Dr. Resnick and then the government having their three doctors, hopefully we finish the evidence tomorrow?
What about
We would be
Spinelli?
Closing Monday?
I would expect either Monday or Tuesday. If the parties may need, we could talk about that. But, my old experience, there's been a lot of evidence and there's a lot of witnesses. And so if the parties feel that they need like a day to kind of marshal their thoughts, we could talk about that. So either probably Monday or Tuesday. We could talk about that tomorrow. All right.
There. I love that.
Anything else we need to address, you think?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And so tomorrow we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Hopefully we'll start with Dr. Resnick and then, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
What about
I just kinda
Spinelli?
looked, I thought, so that would be the thought, and then we'll just kind of go from there. If the defendant rests, the Commonwealth can then
Who's Spinelli?
present their witnesses, and if it's not done by Friday, we can go into Monday, and that may mean closings and charge on Tuesday.
Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Verino will be here, yes, to set up the Zoom.
So you're not going to trust me to set that up this time? I think that's a good move.
Or me.
All right. So thank you, everyone. And so we'll be in recess until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Resnick by Zoom. Okay. And I heard nothing about Spinelli. So, I heard nothing about Spinelli that can, but who knows? So here's what we're going to go through the supers, and then, and I already forget which one of you beautiful humans, as my husband likes to say, actually it's here in the supers, I could probably find it, but said they were sending the new legislation. I do have it, and we can go over it after we go through the supers.
But I want to say, we're literally one sub away from 75K. So
we can get one. Come on, y'all. Just double
One?
check. Sometimes people are like, holy shit, I didn't click that little subscribe button yet. Let me do that. All you have to do is click on like the Defense Diaries, like little logo on the YouTube stream, and it'll take you to the main Defense Diaries page to click subscribe.
I
And
was literally
why would we
thinking
stop at
about.
1? Why don't we just go up to 76? That's
Oh, we did it.
Thanks, guys.
Who was? I think it was LaCosta Duran.
Oh, how'd you get? What are you looking at? I don't even know how to do this.
It's YouTube Studio. You don't know, girl. Thanks, guys.
But I think, just to go back on the jury instructions, it's the last thing like we as defense lawyers look at sometimes and because it's like at the end you got so much going on. But that sentence that precedes that we read, I think forecloses the Commonwealth's issue about we can only talk about the low dose medication she was on that very day. Okay, because that's not how mental health works. That's not how these medications work. It's the stupidest argument I ever heard. But I'd like to see if and maybe you just wait and see what the judge says. Like, all right, because he's going to say it's not set in stone. So if he gives some pushback, then you go to the dictionary definition of intoxication. You go to that beginning part of the intoxication or that sentence that preceded the one. And, you shove it right up the prosecution's ass is what you do. So let me see where we were.
I can do mine while you find your spot. I'll be quick.
Okay.
Okay, so I think I'm going to start. I think I got a couple after I hopped off yesterday. So yesterday, Kristen said, for today's stream, you're a doll. Thank you so much for your generosity. And Julie says she watched on replay and that I'm a brilliant human. So thank you for that. And thanks for watching. We love replay watches. People like to stay up to date. And then Kathleen says, enjoy college. Love your commentary. Thanks, Kathleen. Thanks for listening to my commentary. And these are back to today now. But Annette says, just wanted you to know that I'm older, but totally understand postpartum depression. Thanks for helping your mom. Well, thank you. And I'm assuming that's because I do like to say that I think it's important for my generation to talk up because we tend to be a little bit more forward thinking about mental health. But that being said, it had to be the older generations at the forefront to push through those barriers in making it so in the younger generations learned about now. So it was really the older generations that broke those barriers and made it possible. Thank you for your generosity as well. And Michelle sends $50 for school.
Ooh.
Tony says, great work covering the trial. Have a coffee on me. You are amazing.
Aw.
Well, thank you so much. I might try and make one of my little, I might try my Keurig for the first time today.
I thought I heard you say my boss gave me. Is those
Well, boss as in my employer. Yeah.
It's your employer.
Olivia.
Oh, I was like, oh, you got a job? Yeah. Okay. I forgot. Nannying or babysitting.
Which is a job.
Yes, it is a job. I just was
Shout
like,
out to all the nannies and the babysitters out there.
right. No. I was just like, what does she mean? She has a boss. She found a job. Your other job. Yeah.
A new job.
You have to find a new job.
Yeah.
Right. Because you're not near.
Yeah, I can't babysit anymore. Sadly. Right. I actually have a photo of little Sonny in my.
Don't share little Sonny.
Oh, okay. That's not acceptable.
No, I mean, we don't know, and it's not your choice, right? Yeah. But I appreciate the thought, and you can share it with me because I'd like to.
It was just a little Chuck E. Cheese photo where it's like black and white and the face is like distorted. So I was like, I think it would be cool, but whatever.
But I'd like
more.
to see it. Oh, sorry.
Diane sends some money for pizza. So thank
Nice.
you, Diane.
Got a lot of pizza coming your way, girl.
I'm gonna gain some weight over here if I'm eating all these pizza. Go ahead.
Okay, so you might have done some of these when I went down. Queen Moo says, as a mother of a 4-month-old, I totally understand what Lindsay Clancy was writing in her diary about feeling. Oh yeah, you did touch on that.
I did.
Yeah. It's hard for me to tell. Like they're supposed to be not bright anymore. So I can't.
Well, I think it's just hard to tell with the yellow because I
Yeah.
can see.
Christina gifted 5 DD memberships. Thanks for your generosity. Nellie said, per research, estrogen replacement has been shown to improve mood and cognitive symptoms of menopause. It also neuroprotective from Alzheimer's and dementia. Is that true? Because it runs in my family, and the way my brain is, I'm like, I feel like I'm already demented. Okay. So I worry about it. I can't remember anything. Like it's so hard. Your body takes estrogen from your brain post menopause. I mean, there's just so much research out there, and I don't trust the doctors. It's like I don't know what to do, but I trust we the people. I trust the masses of women who've been through it. So, Mommy of 5 and Mommy of 5, thanks for the jewels, all along with Mama G.
Hey, I think you might be having some internet problems, unless it's just me. I'll see what the chat's saying.
Yeah, because I feel like you sound fine to me and I look fine to me, but I mean, I don't look fine to me, but you know what I mean.
I see you like a little glitchy.
Am I? Yeah, watch the chat. I'll keep doing the supers, but watch the chat. To making it count. Welcome, family hug. Mama Eve, thank you. Lady Jane gifted a membership. Thank you. Alicia, thanks. Alternative Juror, congrats to being YouTube featured podcast. Here's to your success. I don't love you guys. Kerfuckle is my favorite word. I love that one. I'll pat myself on the back for that one. This whole fucking case is a kerfuckle. And, I don't know about this YouTube featured, like what it means or what it does, but it sounds good. Making me happy. Messica, hair bows or silent people wearing pink, which influences the jurors more. Right.
Not the bows.
Stupid bows. Thanks, Cora. And Michelle. And Kim. And KS. And Iowa. And Mark. Love the jewels. And Dr. Tracy. Michelle Frosty Burns. Thank you guys for the safe space. Maybe we didn't read this one. And for all the alley rants, I've been following you guys since Karen Reed. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Love alley rants.
Yeah. Life with Kylie. Bob went live this morning, man on the street. Yeah. You're like, don't you guys realize what Camryn's saying to you? No, it was a disconnect.
You're rereading all the same ones again, I think.
Oh,
I
really?
read a couple of these,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. These I can see the color change. All right. I think maybe we were here. KC70 gifted 10 DD memberships. Thanks so much. Jenna says Commonwealth has some heavy hitting expert witnesses coming up, and I hope the K-Shred just rips them to pieces. Bose and company are pissing me the off. Yeah, all of us. And, could I be surprised by something that the Commonwealth experts, say? Could it change my mind? I mean, I don't know, right? I got to be open to it.
I mean, except that we know, like, this is what he was saying about confirmation bias is that Zysel came on and had been seeing Lindsay for 3 years, and when the Commonwealth is asking someone on the case year of, I can't remember which month in particular, but then you have to worry about, which I think now Reddington's going to be able to make that point because she brought it up, and he's confirmation bias when they're saying when you're hired on by the Commonwealth and it's a couple months before the trial, you know what they want you to say and what conclusion they want you to come to, and that might push you whether you're lying or not. Like, not even that they have to lie, but in their mind, that's the easiest conclusion, and that's where they'll go. So I could see that they're cherry picking things to make things seem one way when they really weren't, and that makes me nervous.
I think, like you said, the jury is smarter than they're giving them credit for. And I just have to hope that they're seeing it, because at the end of the day, with the experts, you're going to end up with a battle of the experts. And that's still reasonable doubt. Unless you just said, I disbelieve the chaplain, I disbelieve Zysel. We haven't heard from Resnick. I disbelieve them. And everything that those Commonwealth experts said have convinced me beyond a reasonable doubt that she could conform her conduct to the law, and she knew the difference between right and wrong. It seems to me, as soon as you ask any fair, reasonable expert, I mean, they're on the stand. They have to be accountable. They are accountable for their opinions. So when you ask them, did you take into account that she reported with the first opportunity she had to speak to someone she trusted, that she heard asked if the kids were safe, heard a compelling voice commanding her to kill herself and the children or they will never be safe, and, repeatedly discussed this male voice. If those facts are true, wouldn't she have had to have been in psychosis, and couldn't have been a command hallucination that she couldn't control, or again, now that does bring up, didn't know the difference between right or wrong. I should have commented on this. This is very important. The chaplain's testimony today changed everything on, is there any evidence she did not know the criminality of what she was doing or the difference between right and wrong? Because she was, based on her, I guess, those maybe delusional thoughts or the command hallucination, whichever that would fall into, was under the belief that this was the way to keep her children safe. And if that's what you think, do you appreciate the statute's very clear, something more than just intellectually? I'll go back to it because this is an important point. I'm not sharing a screen. I'll just read it. Okay. Intellect. Okay. The Commonwealth must prove the defendant knew and understood his conduct was illegal or that it was wrong. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to show that the defendant merely knew or was intellectually aware that his conduct was illegal or wrong. Rather, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a mental disease or defect did not deprive the defendant of a meaningful understanding of the legal or moral significance of his conduct. The defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that his conduct was illegal or wrong. In considering whether the Commonwealth has met this burden of proof, you may consider the evidence presented at this trial, blah, blah, blah. I thought there was something more. There was a definition. I thought there was a definition of, there's to the word appreciate, because they have to establish that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect. Where is it? It's up here. Sorry, guys. So they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. wait, where is, oh, here it is. Sorry. That the defendant lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality of his wrongdoing. And then they defined appreciate as, the word appreciate means to understand rather than merely to know. Criminality means the legal significance of your conduct. Wrongfulness means the moral significance. This at least touches on the moral significance, for sure, but it's or. So is there something to say she didn't understand that there was legal significance, and that's why the Commonwealth wants to keep focusing on she knew the legal significance, because guess what she did the first second she could talk? Asked for a lawyer. Wanted to talk to a lawyer. And that's why the defense keeps pointing out she's chained to a bed. She saw all these signs. She can't talk to people. That's why she asked for a lawyer. Not because she understood the legal significance, but because she understood at that moment she was being treated as a criminal. So there's that. Thank you, Jenna. Carisha Ullman says the purpose of the chaplain was to encourage Lindsay that she needs to fight to get better. She deserves to get better and live her best life. So you're going back to like when I thought that she said she didn't deserve it because of future events, and that maybe she was saying that she did deserve it to meet with the chaplain. That's what the chaplain was trying to encourage her. You're muted.
I think she's just saying that's why the chaplain
was there,
was seeing Lindsay so much in general, not in the trial.
Right, but it does also go back to whether that's what that statement said that I was confused about. Live in La Vida, and thank you for your generosity. Live in La Vida Loca says, so Lindsay Clancy is not allowed to be excited that it is finally she is finally at a competent facility that can actually help her. Right. No, she's not. No. Shanta, Shabbat Slap, E-Chase, GSD Mama. Thanks for the jewels. Love the jewels. Christina MGW gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thanks. So Marissa loves dogs, as do we. Mine's right there next to me. Sending love from the Jersey Shore, Brigantine. I lived in Brigantine. Actually, when my second child was born, that's where I lived. I lived there for 1 year. Otherwise, I was in Ventnor, and then Ventnor Heights. But yeah, I lived in Brigantine. I grew up there.
Jersey Shore.
What's that? Yes, Mama loves the Jersey Shore, the South Jersey Shore. That's where I grew up. Shine on, you crazy diamond. Hello, Allie, Bob, and Cam. Unfortunately, I can't send money from Germany via Venmo. So please forward this to Cam. Wait, you've got to check yesterday, because there was a couple there was 2 other people that we got to forward it to you. I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more from her in the future. You have a truly wonderful daughter. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for your generosity. And I hope that I do have a lot more to come. And I hope that when I start to do my student films, you guys will see more of directly what I'm into, even though I am very passionate about this topic. But I don't know if my work is going to be such closely related to specifically true crime. I have a couple topics that I'm passionate about, but yeah, I'm excited to give you guys something to hear from me. So thank you.
And you should dabble throughout your college career, because that's how you figure out what works for you. Team Fablin says, is there still a planned meetup? Yes, there is. I know you heard it after the fact. We're back at 9:58 in the morning here. So it's going to be Saturday. So I know they were trying to do it on a weekday because it's so crowded out there. It's the season. But LV, and thanks for your generosity, LVZ to run. Lindsay Clancy has the right to be hopeful, healing her body. Physical therapists use exercise bands during rehabilitation. The ADA trying, if not in the notes, doesn't exist. I mean, she is trying. Well, if it's not in the notes, it doesn't exist. You're not making the chaplain a liar. That thing with the bands was disgusting. You know, she did that before too. I mean, she's done a lot of stuff, right? Kenzer says the Bow Brigade is losing it after all the support this morning for Lindsay Clancy. I think it was the first time I saw her genuinely smile while talking to Red. Yeah. I mean, it seems like they must have been avoiding. They must be, because Bob said yesterday they're not on social media, and nobody's telling them shit, because otherwise they would have known this has been planned. This has been out there. Like, and if they knew, they would have said something or tried to stop it. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hence the like surprise. We better interview the entire jury because they saw all these people outside. So thanks for your generosity. MLR says, which do you think will have a greater impact? Criminal trial raising public awareness, or civil trial hopefully impacting how providers treat patients? It's a damn good question, because we know what hurts the insurance companies, and it's the bottom line. But public awareness is what translates into people reaching out to their local representatives and saying, these are the issues that matter to us. This is what I want to see on your plate. So, I think both, because I take it back. How providers treat patients. Sorry, reading's a skill, as my husband would say. The civil suit. That's because it's the insurance company. It's the dollar. It's the bottom line. Period. And to the people that were making the points when Bob did his man on the streets, when I had my first kid, you stayed in the hospital 3 days or so. Now you go home like that very day or the next day. And like back when I had Camryn and Scarlett, I was like, oh, I like that. I'd rather get home, snuggle my little baby, but you've got to take the time to address a woman's needs. And this sending people home in 1 day is fucking bullshit. Now that I'm thinking of it from this perspective, it's women's physical health, it's women's mental health. Like and it's the patriarchy, like everyone's been saying, and it's like, my husband's always making the point that the world was like, if we talk about there being some natural process to the way our humans came about and our things progressed, or a selected process, it was that women are supposed to run the world. Women are supposed to run the world. They tell the men, hey, go do this. Well, I'm using my brains and I'm running the world. I'm going to tell you what to do so that it can better help run the world. I don't mean to sound like a man hater, but it's like men don't think like women think. I wanted to just leave it like that. Men don't think. But we've seen what a male-run society has generated, and it's garbage. It's garbage. For all the good parts, it's like, oh, capitalism. That's what we got. Capitalism. Keep the rich richer. And there was a comment earlier that Camryn put up, and, women's mental and physical health has been ignored, and the travesty that women go through, Black women, it is worse for, period. And I know there's a lot of you out there that want to say, I don't want to say it. So they want to say that it's an equal issue for all women, but it's not, because the Black population is starting at the bottom no matter what. They're already disregarded because of that. And now you add a woman to it. Black women are the most underserved. At least these are studies that I have looked into, in the entire population. Followed by women, followed by Black males. I think. I don't know. Who knows where the Black
something
males.
to add there, because we actually talked about, I took a sociology and race class in college, and we talked about similar things. We talked about race in healthcare, and we also talked about the fact that it's a spectrum, right? So like you were saying, Mom, white woman and a black woman, while you're both women, there's still societal differences that affect you.
Less research into there are conditions that only affect black women differently than white women and only affect the black population. Think about it. You think about the research into women's physical health. And I'm so sorry, Cam, because I completely cut you off, but it was like piggybacking on what you were saying. So I apologize. But that there's less research there. No one's saying, hey, what about those black women? You know? So if you think about what hasn't been done for women in general, minority women, even worse. And they do have conditions that affect people differently. There is differences, but I'm sorry, Cam.
No,
saying more.
You're a little bit glitchy to me, but no, you added on to my point well. I think it's just important for people to be mindful of, well, there are things we want to change. You also have to look at, there's societal changes that need to happen. Whenever you look at one macro issue, there's micro issues within every single one. And on a lot of the times it has to do with minorities. And it's something that's completely overlooked. Yes.
But women minorities are the worst. Women minorities, male minorities, white males, right at the top of everything, getting whatever the fuck they want.
We don't want to create a further hierarchy, but
no, I know. It's true. 10 joules, thank you. Shanta, this reminds me of the Karen Reed trial when Alan Jackson et al. Showed up. 2 injustices exposed in both trials. Yes. Love AJ and K Shredder. Yes, and thank you. Luciana says, I'm back. The OG Luciana. Hey, OG Luciana in the house. Allie, I was a member before and I helped you guys get ready. Guys, I helped you guys read Kaylee's last name. You probably won't remember. No, I think I do.
She might need to reteach you.
I just didn't want to take a chance because I wasn't sure. I think I know, but way to point that out, how I tried to avoid the whole thing, Cam. Called your mom. Just called your mama right out. Hey. All right. Life, love, and true crime. I'm so grateful to be a part of the DD family. Everyone is so amazing. Love you. Thanks for your generosity. Thanks for your generosity, fire-breathing bitch queen. And Love True Crime comes back and gifted a membership. Thanks for that. And welcome to whoever received that. Kenzer says, seeing all these women gives me hope. Yes.
That's how I felt when I saw it as well.
Thank you, KD. Thank you, the Danish lady and mother of ferrets. Fire-breathing bitch queen came back and says, chaplains do take oaths. My mom is one. All right. Good to know. See it. Love the chat. Always there for expanding our knowledge base. I assume that they did, but I don't know. It's probably something in the regular chat, but I would have no basis whatsoever. KD214, cuddly but violent. Thank you guys. Julie Jensen gifted. It won't let me click. There we go. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for your generosity and thank you for and welcome to those who got it. Nels says, Allie, Bob's going to make you guys buy a house in Massachusetts. I mean, that's not gonna be it.
But that's absolutely right, because he literally called me and he was like, I would love to have a house on Cape Cod.
Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna have a house at the Jersey Shore because that's I got no connection to Massachusetts. I understand, but if we're going somewhere on the East Coast, I'm telling you where it is.
I know. I'm just saying their sentiment was right that Dad loves it so much.
Yes, your sentiment is right. I'm just getting salty because I'm like, nah. If we go to the East Coast, I know where we're going. Like on the beach with my family. That's where my summer will be. With my sister and her kids. BB King. Hey, love it. Love BB King over here in this household. After Karen Reed trial, it changed me to my core. I have a new respect for who's DA in that scenario. I don't know because I know it's not. I know it's not the DA because she finishes that up with Turtle Boy started a Karen Reed movement. I love how it is continuing for justice. That's true. I have a new respect for
Maybe DD.
Yeah, I'm going with that, with DD. Thank you. All right. Appreciate your generosity. Mama Kiki says, love Bob's compassion and hope to meet him at the meetup. I mean, he'll love to get a family hug in person. I'll tell you, he's all in. Cat Lady Ballerina Official. I used to know Lisa. I worked for, and I can't pronounce her last name. It's like Tremaine. Okay. Yeah, that's easy. I worked in emergency psych at the same hospital where she started the PP psych program, even brand new back then, many years ago. It was an invaluable resource. Yeah, there's a lot. We've had a lot of connections with people in the chat, with people, that have been a part of all this. It's a mortal sin. People are quick. They know how to change their names. Can you move the closed captioning so I could see them? I think hopefully I didn't take too long.
I told you. I think when that came through.
Ginny says, excellent interview. That I'm assuming would have been Bob's.
Yeah.
Yeah. And thank you for your generosity. Okay. No. What is it?
Okie Angel.
Okie Angel. Yeah. Watched this earlier this morning. Great Bob job. Allie, y'all are amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you. And he did do a great job. I love to poke fun at my husband. So definitely was side chair. What the hell was it? Armchair quarterbacking that whole thing. Like, turn the camera around. You're fucking up. Okay. Everybody, our friends all know that it's a running joke with me telling Bobby's fucking up. Kaz and KK, thank you. Danielle is a new member.
Oh, defense attorneys, DA.
Oh, defense attorneys. That makes the most sense. Yes. And I love to hear that because, like, in my mind, I'm like, how does the world not see that defense attorneys are the unsung heroes, defenders of the Constitution? Like, what is happening? They always, when I ask me stupid questions about how can I be a criminal defense attorney, how can I not? It's just about making the process fair. It's not about whatever the hell people think it's about. And it's needed because the process is not fair. And as everyone now sees, prosecutors will trample all over the Constitution, mislead, misdirect, false, mischaracterizations, all the things. Can't trust many of them. Me and my hyperbole, I was going to say all of them. None of them. Not a lick of them. Welcome, Danielle. Thank you, Eleanor. Brooke Nerd Mama, thank you for this amazing coverage of such an important trial. Perfect blend of sensitivity and spice. Thank you for your generosity. Boris says, Patrick's mom's a nurse. The doctors and professionals never said anything to him. Keep her away from the kids. Exactly. The conspiracies around him are counterproductive. The focus should be on the system failed that family. And I mean, that's all Bob's trying to say too. Look, I don't know if he was a loyal husband. Probably not. Men suck, but this isn't about, was he cheating on his wife? Was he not cheating on his wife? If he had been given the information and then he treated it so nonchalantly, but still it wouldn't change what we're supposed to be talking about right now. And that's not what people are really saying. They're also saying he did it. So there's that. And I 100% agree. Thank you, Boris. Appreciate you. Mama Eva, can you make a new shirt? Can you make new shirt merch for fundraise for mental health with the hashtag see the signs, save a life. Hashtag Lindsay's voice mattered. That would be amazing, but it requires a whole world of backdoor organization to keep track and get the money where it needs to go. And we're already spread thin. Like, I'm just being straight with y'all. Like, I'd love to in my mind. In practice, I'd fail. But it's a very good sentiment. And I guarantee you someone out there will, because it's a great idea. Elena smiles, disappointed the DA didn't ask the chaplain if she knew murder was a mortal sin. Right? Exactly. Keep it up, DD ladies. Yeah. I mean, pathetic. Cheryl Victor says, here's the thing. These medications do alter your state, especially trazodone. What the fuck? I mean, argument on that whole intoxication, and I've been saying this from like when we first were reading the statute, I'm interested to see what is the defense going to do, because to me it seemed that the intoxication defense had some relevance and should be incorporated, but I wasn't sure how they were going to handle it and what they were going to go. But the Commonwealth's argument is asinine. So I'll be shocked if the judge sides with them. Thank you for your generosity. Nana Terry, OG, member for 21 months. Thanks for your continued support. Thanks, Allie, Cam, and Bob for compassionate coverage. Well, and thank you for your continued support. Wait, so Kate says, why did they show in top report? So that this was from 10 o'clock, 10:45. Why did they show in the top? What did they show in the top report? Why did they show? I don't know.
I don't either. Let me see what
Sorry.
chat is saying.
Keep the Cam will look out if you send a regular chat, and we'll try to stick it up there. Mother of Ferret says the Commonwealth is trying to go at the chaplain for some big Perry Mason I gotcha moment. I can't check PayPal. So I used to be able to see like the Venmos because I was getting, I think, like Bob's email, but when I got my new phone, I never, like, it keeps asking me for a password, and I just was like, well, I don't need his email, so I can't see it. So we'll have to wait till Bob's doing his Inside the Courtroom live. So Mother of Ferret says the Commonwealth is trying to go at the chaplain for some big Perry Mason I gotcha moment was an epic fail. Epic fail. Tweedlebeau and Tweedledum are so ignorant and calloused. Yeah, I'm with you. And thanks for your generosity. Rachel B. So for real. Don't worry. Resnick is the GOAT. I can't wait for him. All right. I'm glad to hear it. I don't know what happened to Spinelli. I'm just thinking if there's any defense expert who was supposed to be called and now they're not, it makes me concerned. So thanks for that reassurance and your generosity. Dog Grooming Danny gifted 10 DD memberships. So generous. And welcome to those people who got it. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Sub Rosa. Lindsay Bay says, happy to see Bob at the stand in solidarity for Lindsay. I don't know what I was calling it this morning. Sorry, you guys. I'll just blame my brain. Stand in solidarity for Lindsay. Such a powerful morning. The cheers for K-Red driving in were overwhelming. Congrats on 75K. Well-deserved, DD fam. You guys do an amazing job here. Thanks so much. Thank you for your generosity. And Sarah says, I was mowing yesterday during the show and got a free membership. Hey, welcome. I did my first members live. So grateful for the givers in your group. You have a great YouTube family. I'm so happy to be here. Oh, see, that's to you guys. She's thanking
really
all of you. Yeah. And thank you for your generosity and for recognizing that. Han H says, do you think Red could be too confident? Worried? You know, again, he's been doing this a really long time, and I just trust him. You know, could he be too confident? Doubtful. I mean, you're always worried. It's like we are prone to like, know we're going to lose and just maybe see a glimmer of hope. So it's not in our DNA to be too confident. And I'm sure it's not in his DNA to be too confident, because a lifetime career of this, he knows defendants don't get found not guilty. It's hard as shit to get a not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. So I don't think he's too confident.
But I am sure that he kind of feels the same way that I remember you and Dad told me how you felt about the Garcia case. And you said, I'm confident that I left it all out here after these, like 7 years it was you were on Garcia. So I'm sure he feels the same way, where he knows this case back and forth. He knows he's doing his due diligence, and he has to let the jury take it from there.
Right. For sure. We got Erica and Holly, new members. Family hugs, guys. Welcome. Why don't you take a couple from here, Love.
Okay. They have to call
Oh, just so you know where to find it, we're at 11:02.
Okay. NJ Nancy says they have to call a pharmacist to explain the toxicity that lingers with subsequent meds. The half-life of meds can last for months. Yeah, that's why I wasn't really getting the whole, you know, that's not relevant because she had stopped taking them weeks before because, Mom, as you explained, you know, there can be, like you were
Right, the
saying.
instruction had that opening for prior use.
Right. Okay, I haven't found the spot yet. I see now. But thank you for your generosity. True Crime Addicted says, checking in for just a hot minute, what's going on? I would say at that time was probably when they already called the court off and maybe we were watching Dad's interview and they were like, what is this?
Oh, sorry. I'm like, oops, just hitting random comments.
Iceman Cometh
What up,
says,
though?
thanks for the coverage. I also have to say my daily what up, though, to Allie and Cam.
What up, though, man? We love Iceman.
Thank you, Jen. And V-Dub, thank you as well. V-Dub has also been a member for 31 months.
OG. Love them in the 30s. Where's her little necklace? Or maybe I only see it if I'm on. I forgot. I only see it. She's got a necklace, but I can't see it on StreamYard.
Carrie Schulman says, people die from eating peanuts. We are all unique and different. We don't know what the disease process and the mixture of medications did to Lindsay. Absolutely. As we were saying, medication and how you react to it is subjective. You know, we can't know exactly what was going on in her mind. And the closest we can get is listening to the experts. So
100%. 100%.
Heartless Soul says, if she knew the difference between right and wrong, she wouldn't have tried to commit suicide in my thought theories. I could be wrong though. Yeah, I don't think that if she was in the mental state and capacity that she normally was prior to everything, prior to November 2022, she wasn't a person that would have committed suicide. You know, that was also something that the psychosis pushed on her, you know?
Right.
And having suicidal ideation, but she did not want to commit suicide. She was scared to die.
So, and the Commonwealth is trying to use that suicide attempt as consciousness of guilt when they're clearly taught. And if they do, that's where I'm saying bullshit on the consciousness of guilt as to that, because clearly the evidence overwhelmingly suggests the two were tied together. The two were tied together. This was, you know, so you can't turn around and try to say the suicide is consciousness of guilt when the suicide was, it was one act. Kill the kids, kill yourself, you know? So you can't say that's consciousness of guilt. She tried to kill herself because she felt guilty.
They've tried to have it both ways. Because first they were saying that she doesn't trust anyone with the kids, so she had to kill them before killing herself. And then they're also saying she killed herself, she killed the kids, felt so guilty, and then
exactly. I get what you're 100%. Amazing. Exactly. And they've been doing it the whole time. They want it both ways. They'll say it both ways. They don't give a shit that the whole world and the jury, hopefully, knows that it's not consistent with the facts and sees that.
Somewhere on that notepad in your room, it's a list of, from the first 3 days of trial, a full long list of, it's literally labeled shady shit by the Commonwealth. There could be tons more added to that by now. That was just in the first 3 days, but okay. So this is Carrie Schulman again. She says, often the voice seems to be from God, the chaplain's confirmation of children being safe with God, despite realizing horrific deception of voices. Yeah, I guess we don't really know in the case what she perceived it as, but I think that there's, you know, a ton of different hallucinations where it could seem, whether it's religious or it feels like the devil's talking to you, or, you know, there's a ton of different ways that it can be interpreted, and you never really know unless you're in her head. So
right. But no, you're absolutely right that the inference from I'm glad they're safe now is like they're safe with God.
Yeah.
Even though it never got flushed out because it wasn't that they either wasn't asked or it wasn't really fully, fleshed out in their conversations. But except with that follow-up question that the voice told her and her kids will never be safe unless she kills them. And that's what she was worrying about, right? There's something bad's going to happen to the kids. Something horrible is going to happen to the kids. And so the voice is saying, yeah, something horrible is going to happen to your kids unless you kill them. So.
Girls Nana, thank you. Peter Tupperware. I've been watching for the last year. I finally became a member. Amazing coverage and shine a light on the health system fail. Thank you for being a member and being here. And I absolutely agree. We have to shine a light on what we all see here, but what more people around the world should see as well.
And we have so many men.
Because America is specifically behind. Obviously, there's other countries that terrible things are happening regardless of the healthcare system. But there are other places that we look at that are way ahead in terms of mental health and their healthcare systems. So I think you're
at least
right.
Respecting the fact that the perinatal issues are of high concern and need to be treated seriously. And I just want to say, we have a ton of men in our chat. We have a ton of men standing up and feeling women's issues and supporting that women aren't given the women's mental and physical health is not given anywhere near the attention that it deserves. So I never want to sound like a man hater because I'm really not. I mean, kind of I am in some ways, but that's just like men suck in a lot of ways. But but we see you and we see you, Peter. So thank you, Peter Tupperware.
I would say that men like Dad don't get offended by those statements because they know that they're not the ones we're talking about. But
and I'm mostly like, yeah, I got 3 girls, so I've been teaching them for a long time how boys and then men suck. Just protect your heart until you're sure, like longer than you think you need to, because most of them will do you wrong until you find the one that won't.
Olga and Mama Bird and Playing Dirt, thank you. Mama Locust says, I'm very sensitive to hormone fluctuations. I had PMSD when I was a teen, struggles with depression. Nobody ever warned about PPD. I had it bad, extreme moods in menopause. HRT saved my mind and my family life. And I think last time I was on live, I brought this up to my mom is I asked her like, hey, when you were in the hospital after having children, did they even give you just a pamphlet of these are warning signs of what could happen postpartum? And she said that they didn't through all 4 of her pregnancies. So, but thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
And thank you for your generosity as well. Debbie is a member and she says, the Motta family, first family.
Thanks for your continued support.
Sandy and
100 joules.
Not a juror, but I play one on YouTube.
Love that one.
A dog mom. Thank you guys. And Mers says, Lindsay Clancy survived and wakes up each day to all that she lost. And I think I made that point the first day of the trial is that, there's no getting off scot-free for Lindsay. Like she has lost her 3 children. She has lost the ability to walk. And I'm like, I don't know if it was the chaplain or who it was or I think it was Izell that said, Lindsay has only bad days and worse days, and that's really crushing. So you're absolutely right. Nell says the mothers of gynecology were unspoken of black slaves. The male gyno perpetrator was previously given the honorific father of gyno, says it all.
It's crazy.
John Doe says, how is M2 an option based on actual evidence?
All right, let me pull it up because I still have the murder. Wait, did I? I had all the murder stuff up. What did I do with it? I'm back in, well, I'll just go back to it.
Well, you pull that up. Oh, no, go ahead.
I got it. So what did he want to know? Second degree. So second degree says, in order to prove the elements of second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. It's short, so I won't share it. The defendant caused the death. Done. The defendant had the required intent, which can be proved in one of three ways. These ways are that the defendant, A, intended to kill, or intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which circumstances, created a strong likelihood. So there's that. We get there. So wait. Because the Commonwealth is now required to prove malice to convict the defendant of murder in the first degree on the theory of felony murder. So that's not an issue here. It is no longer proper to give it here. If the Commonwealth proves an unlawful killing and malice, the defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree without the additional elements of commission of a separate felony. Nonetheless, the defendant charged with murder in the first degree. Sorry, trying to get to. This is all about felony murder. Okay, wait. Maybe I need to go. Maybe I'm at the wrong instruction. Hold on.
I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Okay. Let me just see. This list of revisions. That's weird because the second degree, it's not telling me what makes it second in here. I mean, I know what typically makes it second, but I'm trying to find it in here. Huh. I mean, basically, you're right. If the only difference here is the intent necessary to prove a conviction of murder in the first degree committed with extreme atrocity and cruelty, defined by the 3 alternate prongs, is the same as the intent necessary for second degree. So if the only difference is there's no extreme atrocity or cruelty, then I don't think it's relevant. I think I'm missing something here. So I guess the difference is now that it's that extreme atrocity. And I think if you committed this act and they find you're legally responsible, there's no question of extreme atrocity. But, you got to put it in there. The state's putting in there too, because, what if it's, let's go to first degree. So you need the premeditation. So that could be the issue too. All right. That it wasn't premeditated, but they're arguing it was, but they're trying to put second and two. There's different degrees of murder in the first degree and murder in the second. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree. The Commonwealth alleges the defendant committed first degree murder. To find the defendant guilty on this theory, you must be unanimous. Okay. Must agree the Commonwealth has met its burden. Let's get to. So you've got the murder with premeditation on first degree. So that would be a difference, not just the cruelty and atrocity. So, but I mean, they're saying it was. If you find her guilty, if a juror was to find her guilty, they'd have to think it was premeditated, I feel like, but I don't know. That the defendant intended to kill consciously and purposely intended to cause the deaths. The defendant committed the act with deliberate premeditation. That is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Oops. Previously, it was described. Okay, right. I don't know, guys. I'd have to do some more research because I'm not getting a good answer, but I think it's just the premeditation difference. So, but I get your point. I get your point. Based on it, they'd have to not believe that it was premeditated or that it wasn't. There was no the atrocity and cruelty. That's going to be found out how atrocious. It's pretty damn atrocious, murdering 3 babies and children. Thank you for your generosity. All right, go to the next one, love.
K Shreds Magnifying Glass says, love the Motta Ladies coverage, and Bob is a go. Thank you. And thank you for your continued support as well. Sandy sent some jewels. Thank you. And Kristen says she's been on replay crew the whole trial until today. I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work y'all put into the coverage of this trial. Well, thank you. Today was a little bit of a sucky day to finally be able to actually join in during the trial, but hopefully you get another day where a little more interesting stuff happens. Cassie Baby says, hey, you two beautiful ladies, Cam, you're a badass just like your mom. Allie, I want to hear your story of you cursing in the court. I don't know if you've answered that already. Okay, well, I'll have to come back to you when she comes back. But actually, like, I don't know about now, but a couple of years ago, if you look up Alison Motta, that's one of the first things that comes up is her whole little debacle. But thank you for your generosity. Shanta says CW equals con man wealth. You're right there. That's a good one. I had just seen Little Bow Creek for the first time yesterday. That was a funny one. You guys are quick with it. Mom of 838 says, tell Bob to watch K-Shred researcher Neil K. Shaw. Okay. I will tell him. I will deliver your message. We have BMB 12.2 is a new member. Family Hugs. Thanks for being here. Elf Rook both sent some jewels, and Trixie. So thank you guys for those. That Nurse Crystal says, I've always said that DAs are all that stand between us and the government. I've seen some really sleazy prosecutors, but I'm sure ethical ones do exist somewhere. Thank you for your coverage. You ladies are great. Yeah. My mom was saying earlier that she wanted to say all of them are bad, but she knows that realistically there has to be some ethical ones that really do their job in the way that it should be done. But in cases like this, you can see that that's not always what happens. But thank you for your generosity. Elf says, thanks for all the great coverage. Thank you for watching. You guys make it possible. Erica is a new member. Family Hugs. Thanks for being here. And DK says, my sister-in-law is a quadriplegic after a diving incident 15 years ago. She suffers many continuous health problems because the lower body can't communicate with the brain, kidneys, and lower GI. Just because Lindsay is upright in her chair doesn't mean she's okay. Absolutely. And I think, thank you for sharing that, first of all, but that's why she has nurses on with her every day, because, you know, just because she can live doesn't mean there isn't, you know, tons of issues that she deals with on the day to day. Is Lindsay considered is it a paraplegic or a quadriplegic? I think it's paraplegic for just the legs, right?
I honestly don't know, but I would assume so, but
because I think quad would mean 4, like no movement of your limbs, but I'm not sure. But thank you for sharing and for your generosity as well. Nikki704 says, when mental illness enters a home, it becomes a family illness. Spouse, grandparents, siblings. Elsie was ill-advised and none of her family were advised. Do not blame these people, not one of them. Yeah, that's kind of the point that I was making earlier, is that it's easy for all of us in hindsight to say, you know, we could have done things differently if we were in their scenario. But at the end of the day, we should put that pressure on the mental health providers that should have been keeping the family aware, keeping Lindsay aware of what could happen and what preventative measures to be taking, you know?
Yeah. And just to go back to that other question, it was there, the microphones on council table and federal courtrooms are highly sensitive. I was under my breath saying something that's fucking bullshit to my co-counsel. The judge did not hear it. She saw my mouth. She claimed she listened to it, but it was the one and only time I can't get the audio transcript from a federal courthouse. You know, oops, we lost the audio here. All we have is the judge's word. She said she saw my mouth move and then she went back and listened, but never produced it. Even when my lawyer tried to subpoena it, they told me we couldn't get it. But the moral of the story is, don't, fight too hard and piss off a federal judge, because they'll come at you with some bullshit if they want, total nonsense. But
true crime,
longer story.
I always, I was telling them, did you hear me when I said that?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't say it was right.
No, I know, but it doesn't matter. It's done now.
Okay, True Crime Queen sent 10 and then 100. Thank you. Patty did a few jewels as well. Thank you. Amanda's a new member. Family hugs. Thanks for being here. And here for the waffles also. Sent some jewels. And then wrapping it up here.
What? We're done?
Yeah, we have 3 more. I think.
Yes.
Amen.
And then I got to ask you guys, do you want to read the new legislation, or do you want to take a break and come back with Bob? We'll see what you guys want to do. All right. So Nikki says, one of the most devastating parts of what this trial is bring to light is some women, sorry, I know that was a typo, like myself, childless but planning motherhood, are now terrified to potentially experience anything like this. Look, don't be terrified. Just now you know what to be, aware for. Don't stress it. Think of it like there's no point in stressing about what might happen until it does happen. And at least now you're armed with the knowledge to say, I know what to look for. God forbid something happens. So I'm sure you'll be a great mother. Just the fact that you're terrified, it shows what a great mother you'll be. So don't let the horror win. They won't take care of us. We'll take care of ourselves. For stitches and giggles, and thank you for your generosity, I had a 36-week, son stillborn due to HELLP syndrome. I don't even know what that is, which is obviously horrifying, and never told or given info about PPD. It really could have helped me not to suffer for as long as I did. That's I'm so sorry you went through that. I just can't even imagine. I just can't even imagine because yeah, obviously a stillborn at that time frame, it's the exact same. Obviously a lot worse, but as far as the perinatal issues. So I'm sorry you went through that. Thanks so much for sharing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And this is it, wrapping it up with just Heidi, who sent some jewels.
All right, thanks. So what do you guys
or just rolled in like right now?
Right. We'll get them. I've worked in, so that Nurse Crystal says
without
saying too much on here, I'm in a crazy, unbelievable criminal case, and the prosecutor doesn't care about the truth, just a conviction. I know it's horrifying. And I heard what Cam said. I was exaggerating. When I say I wanted to say none of them do, that's because I am prone. I always say to exaggeration, but Camryn put it even better, hyperbole. And there are good prosecutors out there, but sometimes I don't even think they realize the overstepping that they're doing. It's like they're trained to do it this way. I don't know. So I'm sorry that you're going through that. So do you guys want to get to that PPD legislation? And Eric says, I've worked in patient psych on a unit very much like McLean. Yeah, there's so much to say, but acute care mental health is so broken for sure.
Yeah,
Cliff says what? Go ahead.
I was wishing that Reddington would be able to find someone that quit or left McLean sometime after, like doesn't work there currently, but worked there at the time that Lindsay was there, because obviously I doubt anyone working there currently is going to get on the stand and blow that whole thing wide open. But yeah, it sucks that they couldn't find someone, because obviously the TikTok girl got shut down.
So sorry, I was reading, someone sent me a text that says, I see you catching some hell on Twitter. I don't know about it.
Yeah, I saw someone in the comments say something about that too.
What am I catching hell for? I could give a shit, but hyperbole says you called. But I was trying to pull up what Tracy sent me, the email. And yes, we're going to get to that. But I just wanted to re-put up what HELLP stood for. Thank you, Tiff Knox. There might have been others of you that put it in there too, but this is what I saw. So that's what I popped up. And let me share. Let's get to this. Oh, it's in Massachusetts. I don't know why I just was assuming it wasn't. That's interesting. My acrobat says, this appears to be a long document. Would you like a summary? And I'm almost like, yeah, sure. But no, I know I won't, obviously, because it is a 16-page statute, but I'm sure we got to see what they're doing now. All right. So this just passed. So it was filed back on January 15th, 2025. And if you want to see, these are all the districts who supported it. The 14th of, I think it's like Worcester, I forget, but I'm not going to actually even bumble through this. Let's just get to the statute. An act relative to the well-being of new mothers and infants. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives in general court assembled by the authority, same as follows. So 1, it's going to be called the general laws. It's going to be under there. They've got definitions. Got postpartum psychosis. It's being defined in a statute before it's being defined in the DSM. What in the actual hell? And it's like, if this is what the Massachusetts legislation is being prompted to do, why in the hell are we here? This reminds me of Aaron Spencer, where you've got legislation acting like, nah, what? We're watching you. So postpartum psychosis, they define as the most severe perinatal mood disorder and anxiety disorders whereby an individual experiences altering states of depression and or mania, euphoria, and loses touch with reality. And or mania, altering states and loses touch with reality. Postpartum psychosis is severely impairs an individual's thinking and judgment with symptoms including but not limited to hallucinations and or delusions, cognitive confusion and disorientation, disorganized or racing thoughts, minimal need for sleep. I feel like, we've got to get this in right now. Like, there's got to be a way to reference this with the last expert, maybe, or with the one before. This is huge. Okay, so postpartum severely impairs an individual's thinking and judgment with symptoms including, but not limited to, hallucinations and or delusions, cognitive confusion and disorientation, disorganized or racing thoughts, minimal need for sleep, delirium, and excessive restlessness such as pacing. Maybe he was citing from this already. Postpartum depression, a mood disorder which includes a variety of moderate to severe symptoms of depression, severe anxiety, panic attacks, and or intrusive, distressing, obsessive thoughts, and compulsive ritualistic behavior. Clinical symptoms of depression include, but are not limited to, and they list those there. We know what those are. So let's get to what they're doing here. So they're amending section 2, which inserting after the word of psychologist lines that the defendant who gave birth, the following words, psychologist, provided, however, that a defendant who gave birth within 12 months prior to the crime for which the defendant has been charged shall undergo a screening for perinatal psychiatric conditions by a treating physician, psychiatrist, or psychologist, or other qualified physician or psychologist. Wow, guys. Wow.
That's huge.
Yeah. So somebody brought this up yesterday. They're like, well, when does the Commonwealth look into whether or not the person is criminally responsible before they charge them? Now. Now. All right. They added a section that says when an examination, when an examination is ordered for a female defendant who suffers or suffered at the time of the crime for which the defendant has been charged occurred from mental illness related to perinatal psychiatric complications such as postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, said examination shall be conducted by an expert in reproductive psychiatry within 48 hours of such order. Stop trying to keep people out of the beds and out of the rooms. And no. Wow, guys. Wow. Massachusetts did something. It's a start, as somebody said earlier. So now they are amending the statute to include any person committed to a facility under the provisions of this section who suffers from mental illness related to perinatal psychiatric complications such as postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression shall receive a diagnosis and treatment plan made in consultation with an expert in reproductive psychiatry. Additional services, including but not limited to parenting assessment, parenting capacity building, and parent-child dyadic therapy shall be made available if deemed appropriate by the expert. So now this is, I think, just all right. So the department shall appoint a community program director to coordinate the department's role provided for in this section. Any person committed to a state hospital under this statute may be placed on outpatient status from that commitment, subject to procedures provisions of this section. Okay, so now they're talking about if you're getting involuntary committed and you've got, and it's a perinatal mental health issue, that they take extra steps and they make sure that this is not just looked at by a psychiatrist. They need a special psychiatrist, a perinatal psychiatrist. In case of a person charged with or found incompetent to stand trial or not guilty by reason of mental illness or mental defect in such proceeding of murder, a violation in which the victim suffers intentionally inflicted great bodily injury or an act which poses a serious threat of harm outpatient status shall not be available to those people until that person has actually been confined to a state hospital or other treatment facility for 180 days or more, unless the court finds a suitable placement, including but not limited to an outpatient placement program. They've got people who've possibly committed murder having a way, it's not the default, but still a possibility for outpatient placement program. You know why? Because once you're properly treated and it's under control, you might be perfectly safe and fine. You could commit murder and then get the treatment you deserve and be safe for out treatment. You know, outpatient treatment. And they did something. So then they said for any other felony other than those described above, a person that's found guilty of it or found guilty of a misdemeanor, not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, outpatient status under this status may be granted by the court prior to actual confinement in a state hospital. Like those people, they don't even need to, you never have to confine them. You never have to confine them. They commit murder, you got to confine them for a little bit first. And then maybe you stick them in outpatient. So, you know, and that takes the thing out of the hands of the jurors to be like, I mean, how does this affect where we are right now? I need to wrap my mind around this. It seems important to be considered in the realm of this. I'm trying to think, but let's just keep going. So then it says what the court should consider before anybody is placed on outpatient status. I don't think we need to go there. And that the prosecutor and the defense counsel have to get notice to the victim before they put anybody into an outpatient program. The community program director or designee shall prepare and submit the evaluation and the treatment plan specified, the one that we read, within 15 calendar days after notification by the court to do so, except that in the case of a defendant who is an inpatient, the evaluation and treatment plan shall be submitted within 30 days after notification by the court to do so. They're because things move slow. We all know that. So this is like, no, shit's going to move a little bit faster when we're dealing with this kind of shit. Thank you. Any evaluation and recommendations pursuant to what we read earlier shall include review and consideration of complete available information regarding the circumstances of the criminal offense and the defendant's prior history. They're still talking about what has to be done before they're put on outpatient. They've got to make sure they're not a danger to themselves or others. And whether a community director advises the court that the defendant will benefit from said outpatient status and identifies an appropriate program of supervision and treatment. In the case of a female defendant who suffers from mental illness related to perinatal psychiatric complications such as postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, an appropriate treatment plan shall be identified in consultation with an expert in reproductive psychiatry. Additional services, including but not limited to, and it's those services we talked about before, the parenting services, the capacity building, the therapy. So this is something, you know. And again, this is prior to release for any sort of outpatient that you still have to notify the state, the victim's next of kin. The burden shall be on the victim or the next of kin to keep the court apprised of their mailing address, but they've got to be notified by the director at the inception of any program in which the committed person would be allowed any type of day release. All right, that's fine. Again, got 30 days to do the plan. In those cases where they're in and might be out, you know, that they got to do it again based on a lot of these just repeat, you know, as statutes do, that you've got to do it all based on the criminal circumstances of this defendant. So it says, upon receipt by the committing court of the recommendation of the director of the state hospital, the person has been committed, that the person may be eligible for outpatient. The court shall immediately forward such recommendation to the community program director, prosecutor, and defense counsel. The court shall provide copies of arrest reports and the state summary criminal history information to the community program director. Now that's interesting because it says the court shall. You know what that's recognizing? That shit moves too slow again. If you put the onus on the state, they might not do it. You say the court has to do it, you know it's getting done. That's a very unusual, you know, scenario. Usually they'll say if the court orders it, then the state has this much time to turn everything over to them. So within 30 days of commitment, the community director or designee shall submit to the court, you know, a recommendation regarding the defendant's eligibility for outpatient. So that's good. And the plan shall set forth terms and conditions to be followed during outpatient. The court shall calendar the matter for hearing within 15 days of receipt of any community director's report. Again, same kind of thing about giving notice to defense counsels and prosecutors, and it's going to go to victims as well. And that the court, after hearing, shall approve or disapprove the recommendation for outpatient. If approved, they get on terms specified in the treatment plan. It talks about, you know, if you're in a different county, stuff like that. The department shall be responsible for supervision of persons placed on outpatient status. And the commissioner shall designate for each county or region a community program director who shall be responsible for administering the community treatment programs for everybody like that. So not just your regular, you know, who you got doing probation or supervised release in general. No, it's going to be this community director that's put apart in this whole program. It's being treated separate. They got different knowledge. They got different circumstances. That's what we need to be recognized. And then it's just, again, it's notice to the district attorneys and the chief justices of who they got to let them know who the person designated is. The community director shall be the outpatient treatment supervisor, period. And they can delegate it, you know, to designees. So again, not just your standard run-of-the-mill, you know, person that works with the courts now. It gives some more time frames. The outpatient treatment supervisor shall, at 90-day intervals following the beginning, submit to the court and the prosecutor and defense a report Services shall not exceed a year. So they're only offering those outpatient services for the year. And at the end of the period of outpatient status approved by the court shall, after actual notice to the prosecutor, the defense, after hearing, discharge the person from commitment under appropriate provisions of the law, order the person confined to a treatment facility, or renew its approval of outpatient status. So it can do that too, prior to such hearing. And then, that they have to provide the courts with the reports. They got to give those same notices. The person shall remain on outpatient status until the court renders its decision. So it's like, all right, again, taking into account things move slow, and you're not going to use the loopholes like the time frames here to be like, oh, that 1 year's up, put them back in custody, inpatient until we make a decision. No, it gets to stay out unless hospitalized under another provision of law, and that the hearing has to be heard within 30 days after the end of that 1 year period, unless there's good cause exists. But if it does, they're staying out. So you decide, courts, prosecutors. And then it says if at any time during outpatient, they're like, hey, this person needs inpatient, like that the community supervisor person says that, then they're setting out the process for that to be like, all right. And the director has to send the copy to the defense counsel, the prosecutor, all of those things. You've got that 15-minute time frame. So it allows for something that if you're on outpatient and they're like, wait a minute, this person needs inpatient, got some waxing and waning, could happen. If at any time during outpatient period, the prosecutor, is of the opinion, which they always will be. So this is important. Is of the opinion that the defendant is a danger to the health and safety of others while on this status, the prosecutor may petition the court for hearing to determine, and upon receipt of the petition, the court shall calendar it within 15 days. The clerk shall notify all the people, same as before. Upon a failure of the defendant to appear, if a proper affidavit of service has been filed with the court may issue a KPI as to compel. Wait, what is that? Capias. That's Latin. It's a term that I'm not. It's sort of like a warrant, but we don't use that word in any state I've practiced, so I don't know. But it's basically a subpoena, a warrant to compel the attendance of the defendant. But if after the hearing, and it's conducted using the same standards as something not relevant here, the judge determines the defendant to be a danger to health and safety of others, the court shall order the defendant be confined in a state hospital or other treatment facility which has been approved by the community program director. But it's after a hearing, so it's not just like the Commonwealth gets to say some shit. And we'll have to see how that how that works in practice, how that works in practice. So if the prosecution files a petition to revoke the outpatient status, the defendant subject to revocation may be confined in a facility designated by the community program director when it is the opinion of that director that the defendant will now be a danger to themselves or to another while on outpatient status, and that to delay confinement until the hearing would pose an imminent risk of harm. But it's not like they just, there's a lot of times they file this and, they're going to make a preliminary finding and say, we're going to stick them in to be safe until we can get a full hearing, until we can get this fleshed out. That's not happening here. The state asked for it. The state says it's going to be a danger, that you need to have this community program director opine that the defendant will now be a danger to themselves or others before a hearing. So otherwise, they get the full benefit. They stay out until there's a hearing. The facility so designated shall continue the person's program of treatment. Like if they end up getting put inpatient, shall provide adequate security, minimize interference with the defendant's program, and upon request, the program director or designee, a peace officer shall take or cause to be taken the defendant into custody and transport them to that facility. That's typical, within 1 business day after the defendant is confined in a jail under this section, the community program director shall apply in writing to the court for authorization to confine the defendant pending the hearing under this subsection. So if they take someone in without this, like it's like they're like, no, we had to act quick. They got 1 day to file that thing. And the application shall be in the form of a declaration and shall specify the behavior or other reason justifying the confinement. Upon receipt of the application, the court shall consider and rule upon it. Does it say how many days the court has to do that? And rule upon it. And if the court authorizes detention in the jail, in such case, that would be like continued detention, the court shall actually serve copies of all orders and all documents to the community director, prosecutor, and the defense. The community director program shall notify the court in writing of the confinement of the defendant and the factual basis for the opinion that the immediate confinement in jail was necessary. The court shall supply a copy of those to everybody. All right, so a facility designated by the community program director shall be a state hospital, a local treatment facility, a county jail, or other appropriate facility, so long as the facility can continue the defendant's program of treatment, provide adequate security, and minimize interference with the defendant's program treatment. If the facility designated by the community program director is a county jail, the defendant shall be separated from the general population. A county jail may not be designated unless the services specified above are provided and accommodations are provided, which ensure both the safety of the defendant and the safety of the general population. Within 3 business days of the defendant's confinement in jail, the community director, program director, shall report to the court regarding what type of treatment the defendant is receiving. If there is evidence that the treatment program is not being complied with or accommodations have not been provided, 3 days. Okay, then the court shall order the defendant transferred to the appropriate facility, including an appropriate state hospital. Okay. Resentencing hearing shall be allowed in the following cases. At any time. So somebody's sentenced and now this applies, they can seek resentencing. At the time of the offense, the defendant was suffering from a serious perinatal psychiatric complication. You know, we know such as postpartum depression or psychosis, which, though insufficient to establish the defense of insanity, substantially affected his or her ability to understand his or her acts or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. And that's what we call mitigation. And now, so they're allowing people to get resentenced with that as a mitigating factor that wasn't available before or wasn't taken as seriously before. Okay. At the time of the offense, the defendant was suffering from a serious perinatal psychiatric complication, such as postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, which was either undiagnosed by a qualified medical professional or untreated or unsuccessfully treated. And this temporary mental illness tended to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct and was not used in trial or sentencing. So that's like a second way it can be used. Nothing in this section shall prevent hospitalization pursuant to the provisions of something else. That's fine. It's just saying if like once defendants confined under the sections, like they had to be, they were on outpatient, but they had to be taken back inpatient. It says they cannot be released back to outpatient unless court approval is obtained. Because in the earlier sections, you don't need court approval. You've got this team that can do it. So no defendant who is on outpatient status pursuant to the section shall leave the state. So, you know, some conditions, what they need, you know. In no event shall the court give written approval for defendant to leave the state without providing proper notice to everybody. Any person who violates subsection DD is guilty of a misdemeanor, like you went out of state when you shouldn't have. So these kind of things, it's just like they're putting things in place to address everything that could possibly happen, you know. The department shall be responsible for the community treatment and supervision of judicially committed patients. These services shall be available on a county and regional basis. The department shall provide these services directly through contract with private providers. The program or programs through which these services are provided shall be known as the Forensic Conditional Release Program. So the department shall contact all regional mental health professionals by January 1st of 2026 to determine their interest in providing appropriate level of supervision and treatment of judicially committed patients at a reasonable cost. No later than January 1 of 2027, and each January 1 of each subsequent year, all state hospitals or other treatment facilities participating in the Forensic Conditional Release Program shall report to the commissioner the following information: the cost of the program to the facility, the demographic profiles of the persons receiving supervision and treatment in the program, and 3, the rates of adherence to the program. How many people are doing it? No later than January 2027 and 1st of each year, the Chief Justice of the trial court shall report to the commissioner the following information: rates and types of reoffense while these persons are served by the program and after their discharge. All factors they need to know going forward to kind of monitor this. The department's going to conduct yearly evaluations of the Forensic Conditional Release Program to determine its effectiveness and successfully reintegrating these people into society. They want data, statewide data for the, on it. The Department of Corrections and Executive Office of Public Safety and Security shall cooperate with the department in conducting this evaluation, and the court retains jurisdiction over it. Now, Section 6. In all cases in which the penalty of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole may be authorized, mitigating circumstances shall be any factors proffered by the defendant or the Commonwealth which are relevant to a finding that a defendant suffered from mental illness related to perinatal psychiatric complications such as postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression at the time the offense was committed. So this is getting added, specifically added to the mitigating factors to take it into account. So this is definitely something, you guys. It's definitely something. And I think it's a step. And I do think there's some parts of this that may be relevant in the jury charge or in this trial. I kind of got to wrap my mind around how it would work. But yeah, this is at least something happened. At least something happened. Michaela says, Bob worked that crowd like a gifted politician. Has he ever considered running for public office? I think he might have at some point.
From what I understand, he would never, ever run for public office.
No,
ever.
Not now. I'm just wondering if he ever considered it, like, in his younger years, But no, I know he
thinks politicians are sleaze bags.
But that's why they're saying they need some good ones. But it's like you're working in a system of, it's like the grind, if you go in trying to actually facilitate change, and it's,
it's pay to
how many
win.
people, look how many people it took to get this thing through. Got some jewels from Janine, Pistol Annie, Dog Mom, Junebug, Paula, Janine, Tornado Annie. Thanks, guys. Angela, member for 1 month. NDA with HIPAA training while working as nurse. NDA with HIPAA training while working as nurse. Non-disclosure agreement with HIPAA training while working as a nurse. Yeah. Yeah, they can add that in the statute. Nicole Kelly says, I wish Red discussed how much inpatient costs and what's not covered in insurance since the disease is hardly recognized. It's privileged for us to say we would do things differently. It sure is. And I think
Yeah.
they did get into that today. You know, it was just a touch, and I think it was just a touch that he needed for the chaplain to say the expense is astronomical. Astronomical. So thank you for you guys for um for telling us about this new legislation right there in Massachusetts. And thank you to wait, did Trace tell me who I so feel so bad that I forget who sent it. And PayPal, we've got, I'll just say Louise, $10 to lighten the mood and make you smile. Well, thank you. Thank you. I was trying to find your super of like, I'm going to email this to you. And it's horrible because you're one of our ride or dies. But, you know, don't blame my mind. Check the regular chat in case someone's like, it was me or it was so-and-so.
Thus far, I don't think.
All right. You know who you are. And thank you. And thank you. See, we got Dog Grooming Danny says Court TV put out a good 3.5-minute clip of what Bob's mic wasn't picking up this morning. Can see Bob in the background getting red moving. Should we watch it? Is that what we're saying? Let's see. I'll pop it up there. Always ready to see some Court TV. Are these in like videos or shorts? Like, where do I?
Probably videos.
Okay. Gotcha. Found it. It's quick. We got it. We'll share it. Thank you, Dog Grooming Danny. Good idea. And thanks for your generosity.
I think I saw this clip actually.
While we're on the live? Oh, this morning.
Yeah.
You know, it's very moving for them. They don't forget it.
Right. Mr. Reddington, what's your message to all these folks who are here today?
Thank you. That's all I can say. It's amazing.
We love you, Kevin.
Kevin, are you surprised at just how much attention this case has gotten? I mean, people are coming from Maine.
It's the message. It really is. It's the message that just has reverberated, you know, throughout the whole country.
What is that
Reddington's
message?
fighting for women's rights.
No, I
for
don't.
healthcare.
I think that it's the mental health system. I hate to use the word health care because unfortunately in this case we can see it hasn't been health care. And I think that it shines a light on this issue. I mean, when a woman is going through what so many people do and they go to a doctor and the doctor says, you know, here, take this pill, take that pill, take this pill. And then they basically treat them for 15, 20 minutes and send them on their way. It's just not right.
And to those who can't wrap their heads around sympathizing with a mother who killed her 3 children, what do you say to them?
I think it's almost like when you're picking a jury and sometimes somebody will say, well, I don't agree with, you know, this allegation of murder. I mean, none of us do. But that's what we have juries for. They pass between the government and the defendant to see if they can prove their case.
What do you think aware of this support, and what does she think of this support?
I'm going to go in and see her right now. I'm sure that she is, and if she isn't, she will be.
What do you think about?
She's so
sad.
And so sad. But this will really help her out, I think. It's
Tell her
awesome.
we love her. What do you think about
I
you
will.
being the advocate for all women right now?
I'm not an advocate.
You are. But you are. But you are.
Thank you, guys.
When all he's doing is walking, he's not even getting between him and the people. Oh, they're like over here. Oh, maybe that wasn't. Well, they were prepared for this. They had the caution tape. They knew it was coming. Yeah, we do. Kevin, we need you over here. Oh, there he is again. There's Bob doing his man on the street. All right. Man, media is
the camera attached to a dog and the dog's running around.
Oh, that was good. Thanks, dog grooming, Danny. All right. I think it's time for, I almost thought you were in the next room. I was going to say for me and my daughter to go out to lunch.
And watch our show. Tomorrow, new episode.
Oh, yeah. Damn, you're not here. You can't go out to lunch. All right, guys. Well, thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. Any last thoughts, Cam? You good?
Oh, I had one more
Venmo?
one more person, yeah. Sandy says, for all angels and warriors to watch over you on your beautiful journey called life. I've done a lot of reading today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
And thank you to all of you guys. Another day, you guys are always the best. I say it all the time, but thank you guys.
Subscribe to her YouTube channel. It's free. Camcorder Studio. Follow her on Insta. Also free. Subscribe here to Defense Diaries while you're over there subscribing to Camcorder. It's free. And we love you guys. Thanks so much for your generosity. Thanks so much for sharing all of your stories. We love hearing that you guys appreciate the safe space we have created here. We love this community. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Tracy, Seeking Justice. Thanks to all of you in the chat who are like, hey, check this out, helping us, follow the facts and fill in the gaps. And it takes a village. It takes a village. And you guys really are, as my husband says, the best chat in the land. So we will see you. I will see you with Bob later whenever he sets his inside the courtroom. And then we'll have that follow-up members only live. And we can discuss all sorts of things. So thank you. And I don't know, Cam, you say something about without them, something happens.
Without you guys, I'd just be an old guy's daughter.
Bye.